Oh.
Uh.
Yeah. I'll do it tomorrow.
Freeway chasing, climbing fast, increase the pace and pick this shit up. Come on with it, rip this shit, let's go and get it. Heartbeat riding, picking up motion, spark that shit, chase that explosion, catch that action, feed me thrills, wipe that sweat up, pop them pills. Death is slows it in, we booking, turn that fire up, I'm cooking, panic looking, twitching, climbing, trouble, I'm in tragic rising, all surprising, sound the sirens, beat the pressure, weapons firing, mash the pedals, crank that shit up, beat the clock, let's spot, so get up. I'm flying hyperspeeds, I'm slipping quick, I'm swiftly falling off the cliff. I turn the wheels with no control into the blackness of this hole and beat the ticker, pull the trigger, pass the bullet, falling quicker, barely breathing, super speeding, interweaving through the trees and ultra forward, nitro levels, deeper than the reddest devils, rocking sonic behavior, mental meltdown, ain't no savior, feel the blast, shattered glass, fired out, moving fast.
Yo, Jane! Timmer! Here comes the bullet and I'm stuck. Tell me why I'm always fucked. Another tragedy inside. Nowhere left for me to hide. Ain't no place to get away. Ain't no way to save the day. Ain't no cover from the rain. Ain't no escape from the pain. Ain't nobody I can blame. Why am I fucking insane? Why can't I settle down? What's in my brain? Why can't
No, that was Violent J from his album The Shining, and the title of the song is Faster. What is up, everybody? It's Chaosforyou 728, and I'm back one mo again with more of a month of World of Warcraft. Except for Tuesdays, we're keeping the Builder Survival days in there because I love them Builder Survival games. We are, what is it, Memorial Day Eve here in America, and everybody's already out there getting their drink on and celebrating. A lot of people just don't understand what tomorrow is really about, but those that do, that understand it, we thank you. Those that don't know, that are new to the channel, I did serve in the military. I got in not too long after 9/11 happened. I'd already signed the papers. And this is a decision I'd made a long time ago. As a wee little kid, little bitty kid, like 7, 8 years old, and join the military. I'm gonna do the military, keep the family thing going, because a lot of my family's military. It's just something I told myself I was gonna do, and I did it. And for those that are curious, that can actually see the screen, I'll move it over to a more sizable screen here. And in a chuck. So we'll go with this side. Oh no, well, y'all can see that, but that is moi. 18 years old, fresh out of high school, and this is me now. Life kicked my ass. But there's a lot of learning experiences. The military's not for everybody. It's definitely good for instilling discipline and a structure. Lots of structure. And it works. So it's to a degree. And you got people like me who just don't like getting fucked around, and I speak back, and they like yes men. So, and I was a why man instead of a yes man. Did you bid in the Marines, 89, 95? Nice. But thank you for your service. Timma, thank you for your service, sir. You were airborne. That's actually what I was gonna get into, is airborne rangers, but the Army kept procrastinating, sending me up to MEPS. And I was like, I'm about done, yo. Like, let's get me the fuck on out of here. Like, we will, and they, yeah. So I ended up, walking next door to the Navy recruiter's office and literally pitched this to him. I don't care what branch I get into, as long as I serve the military.
Don't tell horse feathers.
I've already done all the paperwork with the Army. I'm just trying to get up to MEPS the second time, so as soon as I get my last credit, I can get the fuck up out of here. Like, yeah, we can help you. And like by the end of that week, I was off to MEPS and came back. And then, what was it, like 3 weeks later? It was November 21st of 2001 when I went to Great Lakes, Illinois, and did the military thing for a bit. A good learning experience. Again, it's not for everybody, but to each their own. We got music going, sort of. We'll crank that just a smidgen. Just pot o'clock. Knows a drink up.
Timothy Sokol said, I was frontline,
Yeah.
I didn't deal with
Great
limp
Lakes,
wrists.
Great Lakes,
James
Chicago, Illinois.
That's vaguely near Chicago, right?
It is in Chicago. Tomorrow. I think. Damn it. I'm most likely gonna do a long stream. Because I'm off to a degree. I do have to go in and do one thing. Which will take me like at least an hour. God damn.
Said, yeah, don't get off till ya cough.
Exactly. And I like to get them hits that make me go, whoa. Or I have to sit back and recombobulate myself.
You trespass on Maruk land. Finally, even a young hunter can aid in a proto-drake hunt. Let us see what you've got, outsider.
Oh. I need to get out of that. Dude. I hate how it keeps fucking with my keys. Why did the music stop? Never mind. It's just to a point where I can barely hear it now. Let's get that fixed. Can't ever find that happy medium, damn it. That should do. I'll drop you down to 30. Oh, I am not on the... I gotta get used to not having the double jump anymore. I got kind of spoiled with that shit. I definitely like the demon on her. That was a fun class to play.
Go on then. My Khan is at our outpost nearby. Follow this path to the
Timothy Sokol said, massive weapons, massive carnage.
Fucking mosquito buzzing around, annoying the fuck out of me.
You already have mosquitoes?
We've had mosquitoes. It doesn't seem like those things really go away for very long.
We don't have them here yet.
Be grateful. I fucking hate them. Well, this is gonna end badly. Hopefully I kill it before I... Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me get back a little bit. I don't wanna... Aw, come on, tank. Don't be a dick. Bugs in the South Bay, others other than flies are rare.
Timothy Sokol said, bugs in the South Bay other than flies are rare.
Oh, and we have a quest to give up.
Alex Straza charged us with protecting the life pools from the primalists. I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Did I get it? Motherfucker. You did.
Timothy
Crowd
Sokol
control.
said, "We do have a lot of Black Widows."
Ugh. Yeah, we got quite a bit of them too. You don't hardly ever see them because they try to stay hidden.
Crowd
But
control.
boy, you get around a pile of wood or into a shed or something. Oh, you bet your sweet ass you're gonna see them.
Crowd control.
Oops. That's the downside to the targeting system I use.
Crowd control.
Whatever their target. And it wasn't working at all for Mitchell. He was getting really pissed off. It wasn't working.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. Such a pointless death.
Crowd control.
Timothy Sokol said, "Go Chaos."
Oh, I'm gonna get your ass.
Allow you to disturb Melatrusa's work.
Oh, I just stand back. I ain't doing shit. I'm like a support class. My job is, yeah, I'm not doing very good on the deeps.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural. You will not interfere.
Watch your step.
Doom you.
Killads.
I do like this MMO mouse, so I'm getting used to it.
Killads.
It's pretty convenient actually.
Good work, champion.
And once I get some
Now
better
that you have
gear.
secured the pools below, I require your aid.
Right now I'm running in some pretty janky. Oh, what level am I? 20. So this stuff is good until level 29. And once I hit level 29, this crap's gonna be garbage. And I'm gonna have to start equipping actual gear. Excuse me, gotta turn you on for a second.
I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
Crowd control. Crowd control.
A wild. Sir Yeetus.
Yo,
Enter the chat.
Yeetus.
Welcome to the stream. Sir
Welcome
Yeetus.
to the stream.
Yeet.
Hope you're doing well.
Chrysalkitten said, "Hi Yeetus."
That's right. I'll have to stop because Yeetus is supposed to stream. I think he said tomorrow at 6.
Why did that 8 tomorrow?
8. Oh,
Crowd control.
Yeah, I'm early.
Sir Yidis
Wee!
said, I should cook dinner, but I just don't want to get out of bed.
Hurry onwards, champion.
Huh. You not feeling well from last night?
Why? What happened last night?
Oh, he got drunk.
Oh.
Timothy Sokol
He got
said,
drunk.
I made hand-tossed pizza.
Nice.
Pool is safe. She is exposed. Attack that primalist.
Did he get
before she
Costa
can
drunk,
summon
or-
reinforcements.
He got drunk enough.
Sir Yidis said, oh, it was great.
Oh.
I feel fine. I just don't feel like cooking dinner.
You just don't feel like cooking? Oh, okay.
Killads.
Yeah, he's hungover.
Shockwave.
You know he says he is.
Ah, he hit me still.
Vile
Didn't
monster.
die.
Nothing.
I protect these life pools. No.
Your force queen cannot stop us. We are the truth. Urquhart, deal with these.
Breath incoming.
Hey, I got a piece.
Thank you, champion. The life pools are safe for the moment, but the primalists are still a threat.
Well, everybody's
we must be
leaving.
vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Let's see what I got here. Ethereal kindling. 10th duration of active moonfires and sunfires. An eclipse ends or when you enter combat. The dream state reducing the cast time of your next 2 starfires. Percent. While in combat, you generate 2 extra power every 3 seconds. The power rebalance to 50 instead of depleting to empty.
A wild. Big Angry Phil entered the chat. Welcome to the stream. Big Angry
Hey,
Phil
yo!
said,
What's up, Big
Yo
Angry
Chaos
Phil?
in chat.
How you doing, sir?
Crystal
We'll go with that one.
said,
And... Guess I need more, huh? Alright. Force the enemy target to sleep. Up to 40 seconds, enemy damage will awaken the target. Only one target can be forced to sleep. Hey, what is this? Devised bark skin. I will not be in bear form often. Guess we could do that. I'll bump up my stamina. Alright, let's kill this bastard.
Big Angry Phil said, "Hey Crystal."
Again, it changed my... Oh, jeez. Okay, good.
Truths you kept from them. How you locked us away. Denied our existence.
It was the only path to peace.
We're 7 down, got 6 to go. Working on 6 now. It's been a good time so far. Now I gotta save some eggs. Oh jeez. Alright, 1 egg, 3 to go. Oh, I guess you want me to kill him, huh? Oh man! Oh, excuse me.
A Wild. The Wolf Syndicate.
Yo,
Entered
what's
the
up,
chat.
Wolf Syndicate?
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome
The
to
Wolf
the
Syndicate
stream.
said, "I Chaos." The Wolf Syndicate said, "Yo Wolf Pack." Chrysalkitten said, "Hi W Syndicate." The Wolf Syndicate said, "I Crystal."
False queen. It is your blind allegiance to the Titans that threatens this world.
The Wolf Syndicate said, "I eat us." The Wolf Syndicate said, "I Phil."
Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. I don't want any of your smoke. I got my own smoke, bro. I don't need any of your smoke, too. Come on, man.
A Wild. Bata Commander
Yo,
entered the chat. Welcome to the stream.
please.
Bata Commander said, Dip dip potato chip.
Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well, sir.
Chriselkitten said, "Hi Bata Commander." Bata Commander said, "Kitten Youlu." Bata Commander said, "Wolf S Youlu." The Wolf Syndicate said, "I Commander." Bata Commander said, "Big Angry Phil Youlu." Bata Commander said, "Yeetus Youlu." The Wolf Syndicate said, "I James." Bata Commander said, "Tiamaa." The Wolf Syndicate said, "I Timothy."
There we go. Oh, jeez. I'm about to die.
The Wolf Syndicate said, "How is the Chaos Makers doing?" Timothy Sokol
Chaos is about to die. Oh,
"Good evening, Commander.
that
How
saved me
ya
a little
doing?"
bit.
Timothy Sokol said, "Wolf." Bata Commander said, "I'm feeling good."
That's good. That's good.
We call the strong to protect the weak. Queen's blessings upon you. I can help you thrive here, mortal.
No.
Timothy Sokol
Cut off the head.
said, "Chowing down on fresh pizza."
Good. I need to get over on there up in the corner. I need to kill this. We just need to stop the invasion. It's part of the invasion, so it must die.
The Wolf Syndicate said, "What kind pizza?" Timothy Sokol said, "Nice."
Within the hearts of your young.
Bata Commander said, "Frankenstein voice pizza good." Timothy Sokol said, "So of mushroom onion."
Alright. Oh, I forgot to loot my booty here. Oh, you ain't got no skin for me to harvest. Alright, talk to them. Turn that in. I did not queue up like I thought I did. I keep doing that. Keep forgetting to queue up.
My queen, you took a mighty blow. I will call for aid.
I will be fine, Celestia. The eggs?
Rescued, safe. None remain in the clutches of the Primalists.
I am happy to see that I arrived just in time.
Rathian, you have
Sorry
my
about
gratitude.
that. I had to look at something real quick.
Lifebinder be with you.
I will listen. Please, find Rathian. He will need your aid if we are to renew the Obsidian Oathstone.
Timothy Sokol said, "I got skunks having a battle royal in my backyard, must be mating season."
I have gathered the Black Talon and we are preparing to take back the Obsidian Citadel. Your presence on this mission is most welcome. The Drakthir are formidable soldiers.
I am ready to serve. The Obsidian Citadel may hold secrets of my people's past. What do you have to report?
Oh, it's the dragon making that
Stay
noise.
true. Until next time. Fair skies and strong winds. We will find our fate.
You stand before the Black Prince.
Alright, let's go.
Years of searching, and there it stands. My legacy. Once you've finished your assessment, we'll begin the assault.
Leave now.
Stay sharp out there.
Glorious no.
Oh, come on. Damn it. Yay!
My friend, our history together is illustrious. Surely you'll lend me your support here at the Citadel. I bring the future generation of a new, uncorrupted Black Dragonflight.
Yay, it's this level.
I'll pass your story along.
Who's stealing our meat?
Oh god. Oh god. Why? Why? Why?
I'll patch yours.
Our paths shall... Here, come for us, meat thieves! We rip you apart!
Fuck. Come on. Oh, god damn it. I did it again. There we go. You would think I'd be able to loot the, I would be able to skin the kobolds too, because they're, you know, fur, but apparently that's a little too much for them. Guess we're going this way.
control. Reclaim everything. I will wither this one and eat its bones. Your corpses will spread the rot.
Watch your step. Attack totem.
Nice.
Timothy Sokol said, just cracked a course and got a frozen mug.
Claim your withered bones, your homes, everything.
Who might you be?
Why am I in combat still?
If somebody has it out for you.
There's more than just me stuck in combat.
Botrix said, enjoying the show, make sure to click that like button and subscribe to show your support.
A stranger here?
I am not in combat, goddammit.
My friend, our history
I
together
broke
is
the game.
You lend me your support here at the Citadel.
I shall swear my allegiance to you, Raytheon.
Of a new uncorrupted black dragon flight. Surely you'll aid us in our efforts to settle here on Azeroth.
think we went this way. Ah, hell. Well, that works out. I'm no longer in combat. Yay! God damn it. Ooh, quest giver.
I never gave up hope.
A wild. R. Spiegel.
Yo.
Entered the chat.
R.
Welcome to the stream.
Spiegel.
R. Spiegel.
Welcome,
said.
welcome.
What s up, sir?
Oh, leveling a Jude now, man. I'm up to 7 level
R.
80s.
Spiegel. Said. Hey, I'm not working.
Oh shit, for real? That's a miracle.
R. Spiegel. Said. LOL. R. Spiegel.
Shockwave.
Said. I just got off.
Oh, nice, nice. You getting tomorrow off because it's a federal holiday?
Charging. Move.
Oh, I see. I can only do that shit outside. That's gay.
R. Spiegel. Said. No, I have to be back to work at 7 a.m.
Oh, no days off for
Said.
you, huh?
Want to partake in the dumpster fires? Join the Discord https discord ggfwqm6zhmrs. R. Spiegel. Said. And work 16 hours.
Ooh.
Intruders! Where have you come from? Now Thaurus belongs to the Colossi now!
Well, hope you enjoy your time off until you gotta go back tomorrow. I just gotta go up to work for like an hour.
Watch wave. Watch wave. Chain boss.
Your dungeon ain't giving me shit, man. But that's usual. My game doesn't normally give me shit. Then again, the shit I'm getting now ain't gonna be shit in another like 10 levels.
A wild. Mr. Hemi 4SPD
Yo!
entered the chat. Welcome to the stream. Mr. Hemi
Oh yeah, I know.
4SPD said, Texas wants to ban all THC products. Your state is going the wrong way. Chaos.
It's a fucking piece of shit rhino.
Chrysalkitten
They wants to do it
said,
too.
Hi Hemi. Mr. Hemi 4SPD said, CK.
Hey, Chaos.
Oh, what's up, Warsaw? How you doing?
Are you live right now?
Yes, sir.
I know this is your live stream, but with your permission, I'd like to, do a toast in honor of somebody who just passed away.
Alrighty.
Phil Robertson from Duck Dynasty just passed away. Great guy.
Getting about that up earlier. You lost a good one.
Yep.
Who would have thought Sai would have gone first?
God rest his soul. Never be forgotten.
Damn, tank just skipped all that shit. Okay. Oh, and he pulled the tank. Okay.
AOE incoming. Spread.
So you having a decent night so far?
Yeah.
Watch your step.
Hasn't been bad. How about you?
A little stuffed up, but I'm good. I still can't get over yesterday's live stream. Fucking A, that was crazy.
Yeah, it got pretty nuts.
Well, Saunders and he got
After I
fucking
left?
regs. What's up, Kitten?
I know I was here for a little bit while Saunders was in here and Riggs too, but after I left, what else happened besides you just getting drunk?
Well, no, it was the sounds and the shit that Saunders got irritated because of the fucking chirping, and I'm like, I get that, dude. I understand that. You know that water droplet sound? You know where it chirps?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Battle Commander.
That's what he was getting irritated
Said,
about. And I was like, yeah,
Hemi
I've
yo
heard that before.
Yeah, that sound doesn't bother me.
It annoys the
Mr.
hell out of
Hemi
me.
for SPD.
I can understand
Said,
why.
I have a
BC.
cat that's been constantly running for 4 years.
Mr. Hemi for
I told
SPD.
Yeetus, you're just trying to make him
Said,
feel comfortable and at home.
He pissing off Saunders and everybody else in the side chat. I'm like, dude, fucking ain't man.
Oh, that's fucking great. I love it. Excuse me.
Not looking forward to tomorrow.
Why?
Memorial Day. I just don't see a lot of people being patriotic and being respectful these days anymore.
Well, if it doesn't involve them, most people don't care.
That's the problem. People just don't realize how free they are. They'd rather give it up.
Stay your hand or taste the flame.
Shockwave.
If you're willing to give up your own freedoms, you're a fucking fool.
Have some trinkets.
People gave up their freedoms a long time ago.
Watch your step.
Especially in elections. Put it on the ballot. Oh, give up your second. Give up your taxes. You know what? I've done my part trying to warn you. Fuck it. I'm not doing it anymore. Give up your fucking freedom.
It's all you can really do.
Mm-hmm. Like the war memorial here in my town has been desecrated so many times by East Indians and homeless people, and it's insane.
I mean, this is literally how I feel right now, Chaos.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand.
I don't think you do. It's kind of like this. Hold up. There we go. Like, I'm trying to save some people.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, the world just wants to treat me like this. Like, we don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm trying to save your town, and guess what happens? Treat me like shit.
We serve what is
I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. You don't care? Should I?
May the flights
You know, they have to want to fix themselves in order for things to get better. If they're not trying to fix themselves, you know, it comes with don't cast your pearls before swine. You know, if the swine's not taking the pearls, why waste your pearls on them?
You got people that are literally putting makeup that make them think, oh, I'm a woman
Mhm.
or I'm a man. And last I checked, women don't have balls. Or dicks.
Some of them think they do.
Oh, they got mental issues.
Some more than others.
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD said, I got myself fixed.
Hemi got himself fixed.
By the way, Ken, I'm worried about your country up in Canada. I'm here in Alberta to keep a big talk of wanting to succeed from the Canadian government, but that's dangerous. I mean, that's technically they could actually send the Canadian Army out through her.
Oh well. What happened happened.
Hey, the whole world's gonna see it though.
I don't even know what he did.
She's wanting to succeed from Canada, like demanding the Canadian government to stand down.
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD said, Canadian Army.
Like there's like 9 demands or something that she's demanding the Canadian government to listen to her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We'll see how this all plays out.
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD said, they should separate.
Hemi says they should separate.
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD.
If that happens, you know what
he's
happens?
Canadian.
You know, it's the last
Canada
time
is
a
cooked.
fucking province or even a state succeeds.
Canada's cooked.
Yes, it leads to fucking warfare.
Oh, anything's gonna lead to warfare soon.
Yeah, and you know what happens? They can kill their own citizens.
Yeah. I'm aware of what
That's what-
communist dictatorships
Botrix
do to their own citizens, sir.
Said,
No, chaos. The
Crystal
last time
Piven
that
dice
happened was
roll
the American
result
Civil War
2,
in our
you lost
country,
the
dude.
bet.
You do realize this, right?
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD
That's not pleasing,
said,
dude.
there's
Oh,
already economic warfare.
it's not ideal. I'm just not surprised because I've known this shit's been coming for a long time. So It doesn't surprise me all that much.
Well, there's a reason why Lincoln pardoned our people. It'd be like off in your own family. You literally had brothers literally killing each other, cousins, uncles, brothers, fathers.
Be on your way.
What is the meaning of this?
That's how closely related that was when that war
Mr.
was
Hemi
going on.
for SPD said, "If I could immigrate to the U.S., I would."
I apologize for any
Okay.
misunderstandings like
Oh yeah, I'll be fine in a second.
What was that, kid?
I said I do like Hemi. I'd immigrate to the U.S. if I was able to.
Well, you'll be Americanized? Just wherever you do, stay out of New York. Don't go to New York. Get out of, go find a freer state in New York.
Where?
It's getting cold up here again.
Of course.
Join us, and we can see how your skills are coming along.
Come on, there's gotta be a merchant somewhere nearby. There we go. You'll do.
the best prices in the Isles.
Ah. See, I am level 27. I'm about out of rusted XP, so I'll go in there and start changing out my gear.
Mr. Hemi for SPD said, "ID take rights over privileges any day."
And we would take rights over privileges any day. Understand you there, sir. Alright.
How many people are on your side check, Chaos?
How many people are in? Probably like 4.
Mr. Hemi for
It says
SPD
8 are watching.
said, "Our charter is worthless."
But I'm not 100% sure how accurate the YouTube stuff actually is in that aspect.
You'll find nothing better in the
So bothers me with that question. How many people you think are willing to give up their freedoms? Think the vast majority are?
Well, I could say there's probably, like Canada, enough to where they would vote them, where they're through democracy.
They would vote them away.
They would be voted away. This is why they love, the politicians love democracy so much.
Mob rule.
51% of the population tell the other 49, "Yeah, do what we say." But the problem is, what happens when the other side's just flat out communist and socialist ditch pigs? And they want you to work hard so they don't have to.
That's the reason why we have a constitution.
Mr.
Yeah, you
Hemi
can
for
vote all
SPD
you want, but you also have a
said,
constitution that argues why
"That's
we have
the
a
thing
law
in
to
Canada, we
prevent that.
technically don't have the freedoms you do." A wild
That's why we
California
separated
Ford
from England.
44 entered the chat. Welcome to the stream.
California
Ford 44.
welcome welcome to the
Said,
stream. Hope you're
I
doing
am
well.
writing dirty
No,
along
let me
by
ask you
all.
this, kid. Don't you have a
Crystal
constitution in Canada, or is it a
Said,
Charter of Rights? You
Hi
say?
Ford. Bot Riggs.
I'm not sure.
Said. Mr. Hemi
it's a
4
Charter of Rights.
SPD, you leveled up to
If
level
we
3.
do, the government went completely
Mr. Hemi
against it.
4 SPD. Said. So the
Says
question
the
should be
government
who's
is
willing
now
to fight
trying
for
to take away
freedoms.
hunters, guns,
California
and
Ford
licenses.
44. Said.
It's just very
Crystal Kitten
authoritarian.
Olahala. California Ford 44. Said.
But the problem is also your
Chaosforyou
country is
la
technically
nice
still under
party
a crown.
partying face. Mr. Hemi 4 SPD. Said.
Colonialism.
Charter of Rights. Mr. Hemi
They
4
have a
SPD.
chart. Hemi says they have a
Said.
charter of rights,
And it's worthless.
and it's worthless.
California Ford 44. Said. Hemi 4 Ola welcome.
My answer? Fuck
Mr.
England.
Hemi 4 SPD.
Fuck your queen.
Said.
Fuck your prime
Well,
minister.
the queen is
Fuck England.
dead, so she's pretty much irrelevant.
No, but my point being, everybody was always worshiping her. Fuck her.
Oh yeah. Never cared too much for them royal types.
They're an incest family, anyways. They're fucking marrying their cousins.
Always thumbing their nose down at everybody else
California
like they're
Ford
better.
44. Said. Hemi 4 great to see you.
Have you brought good tidings?
Yeah, and of course, Piers Morgan says England's better. I'd say fuck you. I'd say America's better than fucking England.
England's a liberal shithole too.
Mr. Hemi 4 SPD. Said. That's correct, the monarchy is trash, we should have left
I mean, in
ages
England,
ago.
the worst thing about them, they have knife crime.
Bata Commander.
They got stabbings more up
Said.
the ass than anything.
Without
that's
the
'cause they
queen,
took
what
away
else
their
do
guns.
they have?
They didn't do shit. He still got English mafia and shit going on in their
Mr. Hemi
country.
4
and God
SPD.
knows what
Oh, that
else.
don't matter.
Said.
They don't
We
care.
have a king now. Bata
They only got
Commander.
King Charles, but
Said.
isn't he dying?
Kelly.
Have you brought good tidings?
Probably.
California Ford 44. Said.
It must be
Bata
good for him
Commander,
to
oh,
say
great
God
to see
save the
you."
king again instead of God save the queen.
California Ford 44. Said. Bata Commander. Mr. Hemi 4 SPD.
At long last.
Yes,
Our
we are all
absent
dying, some
young
just
are once
faster than
more-
others.
That is true.
Have been renewed. 3 more are needed if we are to have any hope of reclaiming our aspectral power and stopping Razagath.
Yeah, 129.
Bata Commander. Said. King Chucky is worthless.
He's worthless from the get-go.
California Ford 44. Said. Patriot High, great to see you, and always great to see you as well, Bata Commander. Bata Commander. Said. Chucky has the power to stop the invasion and his country being sacked, but he does nothing.
Nah, because he
Mr.
stands to
Hemi
make
4
it's part of the
SPD
globalist agenda, dude.
Said. Or charter was suspended during COVID.
He's part of the globalist agenda. He stands to make money off of that shit. He ain't giving up his cash cow. She, what whatever drugs you want, I need some, man. It must be good. Have your brain go ter.
Oh, boy.
He stands to make way too much money off of that shit. They need immigration to help change the landscape too.
France, Germany, and England. Those are the 3 fucking countries that are falling apart.
Great replacement thing that they call a theory.
Bata Commander.
That keeps getting
Said.
brought up.
Correct.
No, there's.
Mr. Hemi
It's a
4
real
SPD
thing, and it's happening.
Said. I hate what this country has evolved into. California
too,
Ford
man.
44. Said.
And
Still
of course
no
you got
business
France.
is coming
It's
to
like, I used
California,
to-
and it's
I
going to
used
take
to wanna
ages for
move
the
to
burn areas
Canada.
to be so-called rebuild.
You wanted to go to
Mr.
Canada?
Hemi
At one
4
point in
SPD
time, yeah.
Said. This is not the Canada of my youth.
Only
Battle
problem is you
Commander
can't even defend yourself up there,
said,
dude. It's
"The moon
literally a
did
federal
nothing
law.
but
Oh,
shoot
this
attack."
was a while back, man. I've done gotten over that.
Like literally, it's a crime to even defend yourself up there.
Battle
Oh yeah, I
Commander
know. I'd be in jail
said,
already.
"The Great Reset."
Yeah, great reset.
You have more rights, I guess, as a criminal up there than you do
Yeah.
as a citizen.
Yeah. Because your need to steal, I mean, you can replace your private property. Those thieves need it now to survive so they can feed their kids. Don't take me literally, these are just some of the stupid arguments those assholes use. Hiding behind children like fucking cowards.
I heard
Body.
England and stuff. What brought it all on, man?
And
California
they
England's the
became
bane of all of their fucking problems, dude.
Said, "There
Oh,
is
England's
more
been
empty
sticking their
building
nose in
and all
everybody's
these new
business since,
apartments still
before
have
World
no
War
people
I.
living
They
in
were
it cause the
partly
asking
responsible
price
for
for
the
rental
Communist
is
Revolution in
10,000 a
Russia.
month and higher."
Well, the Crown was.
You mean the Bolshevik Revolution?
Yeah, they tried it in France, and the British were like, no, you're too close. Here's a train car full of gold. Go to Russia. Because they got a king over there.
They also were responsible for covering up the fucking Holodomor massacre that was going on in Ukraine. And what was it else? They also covered up the Katyia massacre in Poland. It was in eastern Poland when the Soviets were massacring a bunch of Polish army officers. Enemies of the State by
California
Joseph Stalin.
444
Yeah.
said,
They also,
"Battle
what was it?
Commander,
Oh yeah,
I
they
like
told
your new avatar.
the
It's
Polish
perfect and it
RAF
suits you and
pilots
it
that were
matches
fighting
with
for
the
them.
name."
Oh yeah, we won the war. Go back to communist-occupied Poland. Very helpful, guys. Fuck you. Fucking England.
Callie likes my new avatar. Thanks, Callie. I'm working on a bunch of videos coming out soon. It's going to be focusing on my Germans for a while. So, but as far as England goes, man, I lived there in the 80s, and it was so clean. It was so clean and orderly. The cops didn't have guns. They didn't even have those stupid looking assault vests. You go to a pub and you could just sit. It was so peaceful and quiet and nice until but like Chaos was talking about, I actually had, if I had enough money, I would love to retire in England, but not with all this,
Battle
invasion
Commander,
going on.
you're welcome,
They
and
sacked
I'm
their own
so
country.
looking forward to your
It's
new
been going on
videos.
since 2014, dude. I've been seeing it progress over the years.
Yeah, I've been tracking it since I left in the 90s. But I was talking to this woman over in England, and one of the things that really bothered me was she's talking about her friends who have, children, especially a son. The women over there don't like their boys lifting weights, and especially taking protein powder, because
dice roll
the women are so programmed
half of the bet back.
to let their own children be weak. And I told that woman, I said, tell that woman, let her son work out, because all men want to be strong. That's our nature. We want to be the warrior and the builder, and we need strength. You're going to put them behind the curve. But, I seen where they did over in, what was that? Oh, damn it. Was it Norway? Or Sweden? Where they were teaching their little boys to sit down to pee in the 90s? Because...
What?
You think all this toxic masculinity stuff started in America.
Oh no, it all come from across the pond.
Yeah, because when I lived in England, I saw a lot of their
California
policies.
Ford 44
When I come back to America, I saw them slowly trying to be introduced to America. Most of them
says, "I
failed,
got nothing,
because we don't tolerate that shit. But Europe is a test bed. So that's why it's always important to see what's going on in Europe, because those Davos people are always setting the agenda over there, because those people can't fight back.
There's only two countries right now I have highly respect for, and that's Poland and Hungary.
California
they know what's up, and they've been tightening up their borders. They also are tightening up on their culture, and they're against the policies that are wokeism going on.
Oh, I agree with you, especially on Poland.
My vault is many
And
things.
I do have a
California
thing for
Ford
Germany, and I
44
feel bad for them because ever since
said,
World War II,
I'm
they want to
being
make
good
sure that
chaos.
nobody stood up with any nuts ever again under our supervision.
Dude, a lot of the Germans are fleeing their country to Poland, dude. They can't stand their shit anymore.
I believe you. It's a shame. You know, I mean, Germany is the land of, you know, the Oktoberfest. Who else in the world has a, you know, beautiful party like that every year, celebrating the harvest and all? One last, you know, hoo-ha before, you know, winter
Sons
sets
of
in.
Flame have been delving into my vault. They do not understand the dangers within.
And you got NATO. They're all bunching up, trying to, you know. It's funny. They want to send all the white men to war, but they want to keep letting all these, you know, people with low IQ into their countries and take over and move into the houses. It's stupid.
Because they need dumb people to control. Because dumb people are easy to control.
Well, they're also changing the culture in their European culture.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's
I've
part of the
heard
agenda.
I've heard Hillary Clinton say ever since Obama was in office, she kept saying, the Great Reset. The Great Reset. And I hear other people saying, the Great Reset. And if you look at history, whenever they try to change, you know, culture and populations, a lot of people get killed during Great Resets. For the new government.
And guess who their target audience is going to be for that genociding of people who look like you and me and Kitten and Patriot in here, Jamie.
Well, they're going to try, but they're going to fail for a while. It depends who the next president's going to be. How much can Trump actually, you know? He's going to have to get rid of some of these judges. I'll tell you what. He's going to take it back. The man is literally going to have to be a lifetime dictator like Putin to get this country unfucked and keep it that way for a while.
You know how Putin's been in office?
I'm sure he kills his competition.
Oh, there's that, but no. You remember President Medvedev, the vice president of Russia?
Is that the guy who got the radiation poisoning?
No, this is Medvedev. That was Putin's second in command. So when Putin was in president for first term, Medvedev was his vice president. What Putin did was after his first and second term, he actually got rid of on the Constitution of Russia during the Russian Federation, was get rid of the vice president position. They literally amended in their constitution to get rid of the vice president position, and they got rid of him.
I don't see why anybody needs a vice president.
It's a balance and check of power. You should not be doing that, though.
No, well, I see where you're going with that, but the vice president's not there to challenge the president and say, no, you can't do that. He's there to take over in case he dies.
Yep, that's the point, but still it's a chunk of power, though, dude.
It's like a pilot and co-pilot. It's just a redundant, you know, so they don't have to... But it's still based on 1800s, you know, well, we can't hit, you know, because they're still operating like they're 1800s. You know, when the Senate goes on break, they go on break for weeks, like they're taking, you know, a freaking horse home, you know, to, you know, Kansas. You know, stupid. Everybody can just fly. Hell, you can just telecommute. Everything's so instant nowadays. There's no... I think a lot of stuff, but yeah, I see what you're saying. But I don't see the check of power, though, because vice presidents don't stop the president from doing stuff.
And like I said, though, Putin's not a president, though. He's a dictator.
Yeah.
Russia is the kingdom of the czars. People gotta keep remembering, it's not like the United States. It's literally remnants of the kingdom of, you know, the czars.
Right.
Most of Europe was all kings.
I try to keep an open mind and try to understand that over in Europe, they don't have access to all the information we do, and they're not allowed to speak freely as we do. So, and so if Putin was taken out or he got unelected, what's the next guy going to be? How many warmongers they got? Because there's some, or you know, or is he going to open up the borders? I mean, I think what Putin is doing for his country overall is the right course. People are employed, people have jobs, they have food. Not everybody, but I think it's the best they've had since revolution. I mean, their quality of life seems to be quite a bit better. I'll do like a No, I mean, what I mean by that is I'll do like a virtual walkthrough in 4K over in just pick any place in the world. I'll pick like Vladivostok on the eastern coast. You know, it looks clean, looks nice. One of the good indicators is, you know, look at the cars, look at everybody's clothes, how many restaurants are open, how many people are out. So they seem to be doing okay. And when a country is stable and okay, you know, they don't want anything to do with the rest of the world. They just want to, you know, continue with, you know, their happiness. But being in America, we're kind of untouchable because we know Canada's not going to mess with us. Mexico is nowhere near strong enough to even think about it, so...
I bet their cartels could give our military a run for their money.
Yeah, for a little bit. It depends how far the president wants to go. Depends how far the president wants to go on, you know, because remember, all these wars will be on TV. But in Europe, everybody's landlocked. They're all open for invasion. So their mentality of... I don't see why anybody in Europe would want war, especially in this modern time of such convenience. But I was talking to Singletown the other day on his live on Rumble, and he was talking about... because when I was in England, you know, you got to pay a tax on your TV if you want to watch it. If you don't pay your tax, they take your TV from you. So, and they still do that today, even in Denmark. So everybody, and even on your computer, your tablet, not a cell phone for some reason, but your tablet. So people are not sitting down and having these discussions like we are. If they were, they're going to be monitored, and probably, you know, some sort of lobotomy. You know, they're going to lobotomize them, or chemically lobotomize them. The Europeans, man, they've had all their... They've been beaten down for the last 200-300 years. They don't ever speak up against their government. They try to, but America's the only place that's got, you know, balls. We got guns.
Stasi shows up and beats him into submission.
Right. And I'm sure, you know, it would. I'm sure in Europe, you know, somebody calls, you know, your workplace and says, you should remind Gerald that he should be appreciative of his job if he likes his house. But
he said something I didn't like, so I'm gonna call his job and get him fired.
Yeah. But from what I understand, as far as old King Chucky goes, he still has the power to pretty much shut down Parliament, invoke the military, you know, and straighten all that crap out. Even the Queen could have done it, but she chose not to. Either she didn't know or she didn't care.
She didn't care.
Charles knows.
A placeholder.
Yeah, I saw speeches with old Chucky talking about we need to, you know, reduce population and use the military for certain things, and I was like, oh yeah, he sold out. He turned that government over to all the Muslims because London, they built that big ass mosque. Almost all their sports teams are owned by Chinese or Saudi Arabia. And they keep selling all their property off to, you know, everybody else but their own. So, I mean, I feel bad for the English people, even though they're socialistic retards. Because they got this whole thing built in their head. A greater good. I mean, how much, I mean, once you get to you take 80% of my income for taxes, you know, so we can have, you know, clean parks and nicer schools and, you know, better roads. Where does this stop?
I mean, they've forgotten that we saved her ass during the Second World War. You know what? If they lost to Germany, I mean, it might be a different outcome for them.
All right. I know what you're saying there. Churchill wanted war. He was in the Boer Wars in South Africa. During Second World War, Hitler refused to bomb Germany. He didn't want to damage any civilian targets. Churchill kept bombing the shit out of Berlin until Hitler basically said, all right, I have no choice. My people are watching me. I got to bomb you back now. the British push for that war. It's like even now, Keir Starmer said he's going to send, 10,000 men over to Ukraine so they can get shot, which will invoke the UN Charter, which will force America to join the war. So, as far as World War I goes, that's pretty much what happened. I think as World War I goes, all those European countries, they promised to, and I think they gave us a shitload of gold and money. In World War II, we definitely got a whole bunch of gold and territory. But with the politicians today, they just give it away. I mean, the 20 years we spent in Iraq, we should have, secured at least a third of their oil and, their natural resources. But did we? No. Let's send them $500,000 garbage trucks and build them new schools they'll never use.
No, they'll just use to house their terrorist organizations.
There's never any intent of actually winning that war. That's the sucky problem. Nobody declared war. It was a military policing action, just like Vietnam, and it was a great big war lab for Raytheon and everybody else to try out all the new toys. Just like they're wanting to do with Ukraine. They want to, we've got all these new drones and other toys. Let's test them on the battlefield. Good Patriot, I think you want to say something.
The biggest mistake I think we made before Afghanistan, I'm saying the pullout, was Mogadishu, Somalia, Black Hawk Down.
That was a distraction from the Serbia-Croatia bullshit that was going on because Clinton authorized our Air Force to fly over and bomb. They painted F-15s, so there's no markings on them.
I'm guessing the war with the Serbian government.
Yeah. So Somalia was just look over here, look over here.
Yeah, and we lost. You slaughtered army units. Like it's literally set them into the fucking cannon fodder.
Mm-hmm. And the only ones who didn't take any shit in that one was the French Foreign Legion. They were, kicking ass and taking names. Nobody gave a shit what they did.
Not just them, but the Malaysian fighters, the UN peacekeepers. They helped us save our soldiers, man.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, America had all these rules, but the French were like, they get in your way, fuck them up. And I like that. You don't send our men into harm and give them all these extra rules. If you're going to send our brave men, our highly trained brave men and resources to a country, we're there to win. We're not there to be, fuck hearts and minds. Because politically, it usually takes months or years before you even put boots on the ground. By the time you put boots on the ground, there's no more, please. No, it's, you fucked up. We're here. We're taking the shit now.
Include many individual clans across the plains.
20 fucking years. But I will say, if for the people who really like combat and like being in the military, good for them. So good for them. I got nothing against our men and women. I hate the way our government, just uses us as a tool for whatever money.
You ever listen to Linkin Park?
I'm sorry, say again.
Ever heard of listen to Linkin Park?
I listen to Linkin Park?
One of the songs they played years ago, or before 9/11 kicked off, was "Hands Held High."
I'll say I like music, but I usually don't listen to the words of the song because somewhere in high school back in the 80s, I felt like it's like a form of programming, and I didn't like it. But I do know some people are trying to tell truths or express themselves artistically. I get that, but I just, for some reason, I block it out.
We don't know.
The song was definitely on point as far as fucking Bush, but then years later, guess who we had the same similar exact situation? Fucking Biden.
Yeah.
Same to the song. I mean, I wish I could play it, but it would kill Chaos' stream. That's the last thing I want to be doing.
No, don't worry about it. No, I know what you mean. I have looked at some songs when people have brought it up, and I go and listen to it and check the words out. Because, I mean, I'm older now, but like when I was younger, there's just some people who are always out to get you or mess with you and lead you in the wrong direction. And I think I just overguard myself to some point. 'Cause I believe words mean things. Not manifestation, but I don't know. Does that make sense? You know,
Yeah.
when you say certain things in a certain way, like I try to be cheerful and happy. 'Cause if I sit here and be, you know, if I'm miserable and shitty all day, then I create nothing but shit and misery for everybody else. But if I'm happy and secure, I see where it affects everybody else, and they feel happy and secure. So.
You know, I get what you mean, Ray.
Okay, good. I mean, yeah, Cash, you've heard some of my other discussions, and yeah, that's why I like to be happy more time than not. Because what a voice I got, man. Besides, being happy is fun.
Yeah. It's an old song from 2007. Turn up my mic louder. I gotta say something. Lightweight stepping and always gotta keep coming. Feeling the just syllables keep pumping. People on the street in panic start running. Yeah, it's a long song.
Yeah. Speaking of songs, I saw a video where somebody was talking about one of Michael Jackson's last songs, where he's talking about, you know, you can kick me, you can beat me, you know, and that was him expressing himself about how the record industry treated him. And some people theorize that's why they killed him. Because Michael Jackson was sleeping in the hyperbaric chamber every night, from what I understand.
He knows,
Michael Jackson was also a drug user.
I don't know what kind of drugs he took.
Most Hollywood celebrities are.
Yeah, well, yeah, I really don't know anything about Michael Jackson, but when I heard, because I used to be a commercial diver, I work in oil rigs, and I've been in hyperbaric chamber a few times.
You were just a diver? A sustainment diver?
Deep sea diver.
He was a
Holy
holy
shit,
diver.
dude. That's not an easy job. Fuck that, man.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell you guys, you know, I've made it no secret. I didn't last long. I saw, you know, I went out a couple times and I was like, nope. Look, for multiple reasons. First of all, I was still a poon hound, and I could still make almost as much money on shore as I could offshore because they've made everything so safe and regulated now. You really got to, and I didn't want to stick with it for another 2-3 years until I built up enough reputation to do the really cool shit, make the big money. And yeah, you can die real easy offshore, man, if you don't pay attention. There's nothing to take
that
for granted.
Also the pressures going into the suits and shit, and you also get used to oxygen levels. That's just not something easy to do, man.
Now, if you go past 200 feet and you start using mixed gas, it's real safe. The only danger you have is if you come up too fast and you get to bends. But you know, even in scuba diving, you're going to have your stopping points where you sit there for, you know, a certain amount of time in off gas. But when you're commercial diving, you can cheat all that by getting in a hyperbaric chamber, pushing back down to your deepest depth, and doing a controlled release of the nitrogen out of your tissue. Yeah, you get beat up. You know, even jumping off the boat. You know, if you don't, because you're wearing that helmet. If you don't hold that helmet, that thing will just all it is a piece of rubber around your neck, and that whole helmet would just pop right off if you're not paying attention. And when you're trying to get back on the boat, depending how big the swells are, it'll just slam me up again. And everything's made out of metal or concrete out there. No mercy. But man, what experience though. That's all shit down there that I've never seen on TV since, man. And it's not secret. If you go to the Port of Houston, you can see all the oil rigs, and most of those things are self-propelled. They have hundreds of freaking drillers of all sizes down there. It's just ridiculous. And you know, they actually pipe it, so they could be 50 miles offshore. They actually have pipes that go all the way from the oil rig all the way to the shore. It goes to the refinery. And nobody talks about the underground network of petrol and you know, other fuel that goes underneath the highways for thousands of miles. This is why you never see fuel trucks going to the airport. All that shit's underground. I don't know if anybody knew that stuff or not.
No.
Well, now you know. And knowing's half the battle. G.I. Joe! But yeah, if I would have stuck with it, I probably got it cut to the point where I could have caught a helicopter ride out instead of riding a freaking vomit comet. All the boats.
Dinghy.
Well, when you're going out on a 50-footer workboat, depending on the swells, and usually everybody leaves at midnight because all the commercial traffic shuts down. But you got all the cargo and stuff coming, and recreational people out. So we go out at midnight to avoid all the other bullshit and traffic. And it depends on the swells, man, or if there's a storm, whatever. And people strap in. Some people get seasick real easy. Then you get out there and you pull up next to the objective and deploy your resources and get it done. Usually it's just going to be some inspecting oil rig legs or scraping shit off.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
What up,
shit going
outlaw?
on in here? Yeah, what's going on in here?
Just shooting the shit, leveling my drone.
I was running my mouth about being working on an oil rig.
I was watching Sam's live a while ago.
Is that the guy who lives in a tent?
Yeah, he got attacked by that guy that he was staying with.
Oh, dear God, what happened, man?
He was on stream a while ago talking about it. I don't know, from what Riggs and Phoenix were telling me, the guy come after him and tried to stab him and all this stuff and accused him of kidnapping him, and the cops got called, and it's just a shit show. Now I don't know, he's in Texas right now trying to like bed down and stuff for the time being.
No good deed goes unpunished, huh?
Out with it. We'll be back soon, sure. I am not.
But while we're on the topic of oil rigs and
I am better than you. Sure, you killed more, but most of your game cannot be used.
did I just kick myself out?
I don't know. Someone could be fucking with the.
It's probably
whoever's
Riggs.
Fucking with
God
the.
damn it, Riggs.
Stop.
Somebody keeps kicking me out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did somebody just move me?
Yes.
Yep, most likely. That's high probability.
I got booted twice, man. Don't feel bad.
What the fuck's going on?
They're coming
Bot
for us,
Riggs
man. They're coming.
said,
Who the fuck's
enjoying
fucking
the
around
show,
us?
make sure to click that like
It
button
ain't me, I
and
don't have
subscribe
the
to
ability
show
to do
your
that.
support.
The fuck? I don't have that ability.
I was just moving myself. Oh, there he goes.
Happened to me now.
Oh,
This is making making the ability to have a conversation a bit of a bitch.
Yeah.
Fucking Discord.
No,
Yeah,
it's
what
not
the fuck?
Discord. It's whoever. Like for real, I'm about to start revoking admin privileges, yo.
Yeah, somebody's having fun.
it ain't me. I don't have those abilities.
But yeah. So
Hookers and
petroleum. All those oil fields, they never dry out. They get low, but they fill back up. So when somebody says we're running out of oil, no, we're not.
Yeah.
Nobody ever does.
Bot Riggs
They might go dry for a year or
said,
two, but they do fill back
Crystal
up.
hidden dice roll result 2, you lost the bet.
I hate it when people say, "Oh, we need green so that..." No, we don't. And when they said, this is what kills me about this whole COVID thing. It's like they're trying to get rid of all the carbon. I'm like, did anybody else learn that in school? That carbon is what trees breathe and trees make us oxygen.
Where the carbon
Has
they're
anybody
trying to
known that-
reduce?
Carbon's good for the atmosphere.
Has people figured out that fucking vehicles that operate on electric batteries, by the way, mind you, operate with electricity from coal?
Or nuclear, yeah.
You're not going to solve shit if you're making all electric.
Yeah, and those solar panels they put out there, all they do is kill birds, and you got to replace them every 10, 20 years. And what do you need to make solar panels? Oil. What do you need to manufacture them things? Oil. What do you need to transport them all?
China.
Oil.
Well, think about how many products that still use petroleum. You know, that's like you're saying. I mean,
most of all the drugs since the 1920s are petroleum based.
Yeah, people are
What?
fucking stupid.
Petroleum based? Patty, are you saying they take all the shit out of the ground and turn it into medicine? Yeah.
Yes, they
Both
do.
makeup.
Well, that's different.
What do you think makes Lego bricks? It's all plastic based out of petroleum.
Yeah, but you wouldn't expect to take a diabetic medicine. I'll just pick that one. You wouldn't expect your diabetic medicine to be, you know, petroleum.
Makes it go down easier.
Well, you're talking about the lube they sell next to the anal plug at Walmart now, in the health and wellness section.
What the fuck?
You haven't seen the butt plugs at Walmart yet?
Oh,
I don't give a flying fuck about them, dude.
Nobody does, but what I'm saying is they're selling them at Walmart.
Yeah, just like Target.
And yet,
And how-
my store's so busy.
And how many millions of dildos are already in the landfills in just America alone?
Oh,
billions.
By the way, dude, do you realize people using that shit, they're causing infections and also numerous medical issues that they're doing by just doing that shit?
Uh-huh.
Oh,
And guess what? Your tax-paying dollars are probably paying for it.
Yep. Hammerhand exposed that, over 1 billion dildos are purchased a year? 1 billion.
Something like that, yeah.
But what are these women doing to their freaking sex toys? They need to buy, or they buying, 10, 20 at a time. I don't know.
Wearing
they're
them
also
the fuck
pegging
out.
their own men.
Running them on high.
No, I hate to say it, but a lot of men actually like that, especially heterosexual men.
How you doing, Warsaw? I ain't seen you in a while.
Hanging in there.
Oh,
good to hear, man.
Maybe I just rely on HBO and other things to do documentaries, but I had no idea there were that many men who were getting in a pooper by their women.
The culture change, dude. The culture change.
No, it's because a lot of men are fantasizing being dominated by women, apparently.
Yeah.
Don't just be a bitch.
BJ is a good way to dominate me is if a woman comes around.
Yeah.
That's
A what?
A BJ, a
Blowjob.
mouth hug.
Oh, Jesus.
Around my pain.
If she gives me a blowjob, guess what? I'm helpless. I'm just laying there. I'm like, You ain't gotta stick a fist in my ass to dominate me.
No, apparently they'll peg you too.
Well, I haven't dated in about 5-6 years now, so I don't know what the trend is now.
That.
We got
that. Women want to dominate the bedroom.
Oh my God, women are
as
becoming
well
the men.
as. That's what I keep saying. Women to become the men they constantly complain about.
Hold on, guys. I gotta go up here and talk with Riggs, and then for a minute I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Oh boy. Probably gonna be talking about us being kicked off left and right.
Yeah. Anyway, that woman I was talking to in England, we were working on, the idea of a relationship. She was talking about going to Italy. I'm like, I don't know. You know how much it would cost to go from America to Italy?
Pretty penny, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. I looked it up. If I wanted to go for 2 weeks, stop over in England, pick her up, get on the same airplane.
You also need a passport, by the way, which takes time and money just to get invested in.
Yeah, so it would have been around 5,000. She said, what? She said it would cost her 200 pounds to fly to Italy. I said, yeah, you're in Europe. You're already connected, but for some reason, because I'm an American going to Europe, you know, just crossing the pond is the biggest part of the expense. But yeah, once you get to Europe, it's, you know, you pay like everybody else does. And their flights are so cheap over there. That's why everybody's going on all these wonderful vacations and stuff. Over here in America, Christ, man, it cost me what, $200-300 just to fly across my own state.
Yeah. Depending on who you go through. You can go through Spirit Airline and get the real experience.
They treat you like a damn terrorist everywhere you go. I mean, I'd rather drive.
Understandable.
The only problem is with driving, your butt gets numb as hell, dude.
Yeah, you
what?
gotta stop and
Your
take
butt
some...
gets numb as hell when you're driving for hours.
Take some
breaks.
breaks.
That's one con.
Now, I have crisscrossed around the country a bit, and I have developed a system that works for me, where about every 100 miles I'll stop, get out, walk, stretch, coffee, piss, and stare at something nice, you know, like, you know, if there's mountains or whatever, I'll look at it. Or just, you know, whatever. I'll get back and drive. But yeah, you're right. Last time I did a straight through, I went from North Carolina straight to Houston. Did it in 18 hours. And when I got out of the truck, and my legs just damn near gave out from under me, and I slept for 24 hours. I'm like, nah, I ain't doing that no more. I was in my 20s.
Season we meet for the Corral, a time of truce and communion.
But like if not too long ago I was going to Indianapolis, that's 600 miles from here. I would drive straight through till I get to West Virginia, Tamarack. That's the big huge truck stop there. And I'll spend about 30-40 minutes getting coffee, walking around, just to stand up and get my blood going right.
I guess you've been to Chicago too, since you've been near to Indianapolis.
I passed through Chicago. I had a layover long enough to leave the airport to go to a sports bar and get a Chicago pizza.
Yeah, Chicago City is literally becoming a shithole now.
Yeah. Well, most of your big cities.
Yeah. My city's becoming a liberal shithole.
What, Houston?
Tech Wichita Falls.
Houston's not. Yeah, Houston. Yeah, I was down there back in the late 90s. I didn't care for it. The downtown was not really fun. They had the boulevard with all the clubs, bars, restaurants, you know, alcohol. And even that wasn't that great. But, man, I tell you what, you find you a nice, good cowboy bar with the girls wearing their really tight jeans. Yeah. That's the place to go. And the women were so nice down there. Damn, I've never met so many nice women. I mean, they don't take no shit, but they're nice, they're polite, they're friendly.
The rest of the Shikar should have already arrived from the other camps. Our rise should be well settled by the time we arrive.
Yeah, I don't care for Dallas. I don't have enough money for Dallas.
You want some good cocaine? Dallas is the place to go.
I'm not into that. No. Coffee is probably about the worst thing I do.
Bot Riggs said.
But I have met guys who
dice roll result 3. You got half of the
land
bet back.
operations with the petroleum industry, and you know, if you're out on one of them, what do you call that? It's not a rig, but it's one of those pumpers. You know where they're drilling. And some of them guys do a little tweaky, a little bump and grind, you know, keep going because they don't want their hand getting ripped off. You know, when you throw the chain around the drill bit, you gotta, you know, unscrew it so you can attach another bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do that for 8-10 hours a day in the hot ass sun. You'd be begging for some cocaine.
Yeah.
Who the fuck would want to do that?
Somebody who gets paid $15,000 a month.
The money is good.
You can make 15 grand a month doing shit like that, man.
You know what's dangerous about cocaine, by the way?
Oh, cocaine. The fact that it could cut it's a stimulant and give you a heart attack.
No,
the baby laxatives make you shit your pants.
Septum, you're eroding your fucking nose.
Oh yeah, that's why you don't do it a lot. Moderation is the key.
That shit. It's not pleasing, dude.
Oh yeah, no.
I was gonna say the baby laxative they cut it with makes you shit your pants.
Well, yeah, that too.
No, but I've seen where somebody was like literally a coke addict is literally eroding his whole fucking entire nose, and the guy's got nothing left.
Deviated septum.
Well, no, there's literally a camera of them actually picking out bone out of the inside of his head, dude. It was fucked up.
Well, look at those people in, was it Philadelphia, Kensington Street? Those zombies where their skin's rotting off and their feet are falling off and shit.
Yeah.
That's what was that Russian drug? Fuck. I know what you're talking about. It's a flesh-eating drug, right?
Oh, I don't know what it is. I just know whatever they're taking.
Fuck. What is it? Crocodile. That's what it's called. Crocodile.
Oh, crocodile. I know about crocodile.
No, crocodile.
It's rotting their bodies so bad, it's killing them.
Yeah, it's crocodile. It's a Russian drug.
Yeah.
What gets me
It's
about
like,
drug addicts is
it's synthetic
these people
heroin.
won't work. Yeah, these people won't work, but damn if they can't find $300-500 a day.
My hearth awaits you.
Keep getting hooked in their fucking high. They like to have continuously.
Yeah.
Chasing that dragon.
I'm just saying, man. If you're willing to suck all those dicks, you could, start a 401k, some other investments, retire early.
Yeah.
It's fucking gross, though, just thinking about it.
It is gross, but it's like modern women. You got the girls who hang out in the clubs and you have sex with 100 guys in a month, or a street-walking prostitute. I almost have more respect for the street-walking prostitute because she's at least, getting paid. She's making money to pay rent. Hopefully she's investing it.
I have no respect for whores.
I'm just talking about perspective.
How are
you sell your body just because you have a gain or some agenda? Fuck you, then.
Oh, it's just easy money. That's why they do it.
What disappoints me about prostitution is if you arrest a prostitute and the customer, a man, I'll just use these numbers, it's just easier. Prostitute gets a $100 fine and the customer gets a $200 fine because the law look at her as a downtrodden woman who's just trying to make her way in the world. So they're not going to punish her too hard. But the man, probably married, and he's a scumbag. We need to stop all that kind of behavior. But yet they're going to let her continue being a prostitute. It boggles my mind, man.
You realize why prostitution is regulated and prohibited, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying this stuff should be, equal. If you get both of you get caught doing that shit, you should both get the same penalty.
Yep. No, but the reason why it's prohibited is because they're trying to prevent HIV spreading this.
We should just get this over with.
Well, you don't need prostitutes to spread disease. I mean, everybody's got an open marriage now as it is, and everybody's just. I mean, the STD rates are out of control. Hell, man, go to the local coffee house where all the young people hang out. Listen to them, talk to them, and you'll find out most of them. All these young people under 21, they all got herpes and chlamydia and all kinds of shit. They're all into sex groups and they're all pagans and want to go out in the woods and take their clothes off and set something on fire, worship a tree, then they have an orgy. Really weird shit. That was 15 years ago. So
it's gotten weirder since, man.
Oh, Sodom and Gomorrah, man. It's all turning into, it's like the hippie movement in the 60s, only way worse. It feels good, man. Do it in the road. That kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're on fucking acid or something, man.
Fucking hippies.
Well,
free love.
The drug of choice seems to rotate because when I was up in Long Island in 08, I left in 2010. I think 2011, heroin started just really pushing its way in.
Mm-hmm.
And before that, it was just, everybody was smoking weed everywhere. But heroin, and they were finding dead hookers everywhere on the shoreline. So I have no idea what's going on up there. But, give it another year. There'll be a new drug come out. Right now, fentanyl is, if we believe that China's pushing it, it's cheap and profitable. Nobody cares. Yeah, they don't care about designer shit. They just want to make money, and everybody wants to get high.
Do you know how deadly fentanyl is?
Oh yeah.
It's literally a small grain of salt. That's really all it is. That's all it takes to kill you.
I've seen where policemen have either died or almost died because they were giving somebody CPR because somebody took fentanyl. They got secondhand contact. So you see somebody, looks like they have a heart attack or some shit. I feel bad. I'm just gonna walk by. I don't know what they're on. Think I'm gonna give some stranger a mouth to mouth? Hell, most of the people I know, I don't know if I give them mouth to mouth.
Huh.
If it's a woman, I'll do it. By all means, hey, I'm here to help you out.
I don't know, man. Women usually have dick on their breath because women don't take time off of dating. Men will take 6 months to 5 years and not touch a woman, but women, no.
Not every
Never
woman's
noticed.
like that, though, dude.
Oh, all right. I stand corrected. I should have said not all women, but there are enough of them out there, especially if they're good looking. What's to stop them? I was a bit of a bad boy, Chad. Up at the like 45. Most of these women I was hanging out with, I was either the guy between relationships or during their relationships. It's just not one of them ever said, "Yeah, I took a year off, all men in dating so I can, really evaluate myself and, build a new skill." No, they want vacations. They want free shit. They want dinners.
Those are city folks thinking.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah. I'll put it to you this way, man. Even the fat women.
Yes.
All right, are you military, by the way?
No.
Oh, all right. I was at a bar once, and it was right there towards the end of the night, and this young soldier stepped up to this fat chick. I mean, she wasn't bad looking. She just big, big. And it was like, trying to hit on her, and she just looked at him, right from his eyeballs to his toes, and looked at him. She said, "What rank are you?" He said, "I'm E3." She goes, "I only date E6 and above." Even a fatty can command a higher status man in my town. Even the
That just goes to show the level.
If
They
you're
literally sit around and figure out which one fucking makes the most, and then that's what they go for.
She started off with all the low-ranking privates because they're all in Olympic shape. We're talking 82nd Airborne here.
Yeah.
And she worked her way up the ranks until she saw that rank has privilege and nicer housing. So instead of fucking dudes in the barracks, she's doing it with guys who have their own apartment or houses now. So she doesn't want to do it. So
It's because she wants a wad of money instead of an actual relationship.
Yeah. I mean,
it's always about fucking money.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I was a woman, I don't think I'd want to be with a bum or a guy who's not working, doesn't have a good,
it's kind of funny how
job.
Well, it's like, what's it? Seen American Sniper?
What?
The movie?
Oh, yeah.
Remember the scene where Tay Kyle's like, "I wouldn't marry a Navy SEAL." He says, "What do you mean? Where are you going?" "Oh, he said you wouldn't date a Navy SEAL." He said I wouldn't marry one. Oh, well, guess what? They fucking got married.
What? Yeah.
The moment a woman says the opposite of that, it actually happens. Comes reality.
It seems to be that way, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, all the women who are screaming, "I want to get married, I want to get married." Can't get married.
They could have, but they wanted to have their fun and play the field, experience life before settling down with the real man.
No, not a real man. They want to settle down with a man who will tolerate her and provide a retirement.
It's not about retirement. It's just trying to find a good person to be with.
Yeah, there's a lot of people like that.
I mean, they forgot what the definition of love is, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, just have a fucking fling. Okay, you got pregnant. You gonna tell that poor kid what you did? Probably not. You're gonna lie to his face for the rest of his life.
Well, if you look at every time somebody brings up DNA testing for the child, who's the first person to lose their shit and protest it? Women. How many times have we seen on Judge Judy and whatnot where, 10, 20, 40, 60 years have gone by and the man finds out those kids are not his? And in my town, because we got so many, let me just say in my town, reckless women, it's not uncommon for a woman, to be, getting banged by Chad, get knocked up and, look for an emergency husband because Chad ain't gonna wife her up, but some nice man will. They're like, oh, she loves me. We're gonna make a family. And poor bastard.
The storm overwhelming.
Or they got children they don't tell you about until after you get married.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you, but now you're trapped. Hee.
Oh no. Could she be in danger?
I mean, my neighborhood, I think most everybody, yeah.
Incorrect.
I'm one of the few bachelors in my neighborhood. Almost everybody else is married, and they seem happy. I never hear any yelling, fussing, screaming. Everybody's yard is clean. They're not rich by any means, but everybody makes a decent living. The houses, the yards are clean. Nobody plays music after dark, so there is some success to relationships and marriage. Never see a
peace.
Yeah, I never see I never see anybody with a bunch of cars outside their house on Friday night, for the weekend orgy. So, yeah, I guess I'm in a good neighborhood.
Keep bringing up orgies, dude. Oh, fuck, man.
Well, we got a sex club here in town, and one woman I was dating, I think she's been there before, but she mentioned it, trying to gauge my reaction about it, and I was like, ew, nasty, ugh. And there are a lot of swingers around, and I kind of lost place in a bar because one of the bartenders, good-looking woman, and she said she was into swinging, and I think I made the wrong facial gesture. And after that, I never got any decent service at the bar ever again.
Crystal Kitten
Because,
dice roll
apparently I
result
judged
4.
her.
You got half of the bet back.
So,
Within our garden,
yeah, there's some swinging. Swinging is orgies, the same thing.
we cannot empower our oath stone without forces to
I'm just surprised people don't feel disgusted when they're doing this shit.
Yeah. And I got hooked on looking at Craigslist, where all the people, where people were selling, selling themselves. I was like, well, I wasn't looking for sex. What I was looking for was ex-girlfriends. I'm like, oh God, please, no. Please. Because, dude, bro, man, I remember one time I went to a gas station years ago, and those little newspapers they have with all the mug shots and shit in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I looked at one, and I flipped open the page, and I saw 2 women I had dated before, and I'm like, all right, I got to buy this thing. It's like $1.50, whatever. I take it home, and I saw 3 women I had dated in the last 5 years who had been arrested, and I was like, oh God.
Damn, Betty.
They're good-looking women too, with nice bodies, but they're just, nobody ever gives a woman 5 across the eye. But men don't tolerate shit. But women, oh, you can't hurt a woman. They do whatever they want.
No, you can hurt a woman if you're in a life and death situation. You have no other option. You have the right to do that.
I like the way you said went straight to life or death, not when she gets out of line. And 'cause most guys will hit each other for less, way less.
You just talk about fighting over fucking flipping what he was saying about the army and making him out to be the gay one. Talk about we fight over that. I was like, why? We're just talking shit. There's no need to fight over that shit.
Oh yeah.
Even though he did admit to enjoying inspecting them privates while they were standing firm and erect. I'll be right back.
Army guys. All right, that's them army guys, man. They're get all that aggressive. Want to start choking each other out and shit.
So I mean, all right. So what? I'm just trying to think this over. All right, you hit a woman because she's attacking you with a knife. She's claiming to the police, and the police puts you in cuffs and trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. This officer, that woman there, literally charged you with a knife. I had no other option. I mean, I didn't want to do it, but I had to.
There's so many people I've talked to. I got a buddy of mine I went to high school with. He's a cop. I did ride-alongs with him. And because of the Duluth model and what state you're in, it depends on who gets arrested and who goes to jail for 24 hours for a cool-off period. And there's been instances where the man is the one who's been stabbed and bleeding, and they still take him to jail because, you know, the policy demands that the man has to be removed from the house. Because apparently, you know, the law doesn't care who goes to jail as long as somebody goes to jail and the shit stops right now. Which I kind of get, but I don't really, you know. So it's difficult for cops. They got to make that. They got to make that decision. And then you're hoping it's a decent cop who's a normal person and wasn't fucked up in high school mentally, or just gets off on having the power of a badge and a gun. And I've heard so many cops say, you know, you get a call. They say, I hate bullshit calls. You know, I hate wasting my time on this shit. I'm like, I said, what the fuck else do you guys do? You sit in your car for 12 hours a day. Anybody who calls you what you call a bullshit call is somebody who is afraid they're going to step over the line, so they need someone to step in and get some kind of accountability, or at least a record of the event, so they can protect themselves in the future. You got cops showing up just like, this is bullshit. This is, so, you know, nobody likes cops to begin with, so they're just interested in the job half the time. Well, yeah, I mean, I just feel bad for them because, you know, actually most of the ones I've met are decent people, but they're kind of jaded because, you know, they never meet nice people. They always meet stupid, you know, retarded, fucked up people.
They get to see they get to deal with the dregs of society.
Yeah, they see little kids who have been raped or murdered, or somebody's been murdered, or bodies that have been, you know, they see the worst of, you know, all that shit. Not all the time,
you know what the worst is actually, not for the kids? It's the car accidents, especially if a family's died in the whole vehicle. You gotta take photograph evidence of that and put it on record. That's the worst part of it. They have to see it every day.
Yeah, well, we got what you call, what do you call it? The actual cops don't do it. All they do is they do the report.
Slimnum.
Skid marks and shit,
Entered
and they
the
bring
chat.
up the
Hey,
investigators.
welcome to the stream.
And they got specialists who do all the. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Hope you're doing well, sir.
But it's like a damn
pot of clock for you.
Forensics, that's what they call them. They show up in the van with all the measuring tools and the, you know, photography equipment and gather up all the evidence. Well, cleanup crew's something separate. Forensics, they do all the documentation of the crime scene. Then they call out the county morgue, which will actually collect the body for the policy.
I wouldn't want to be a cleanup crew person. Fuck that shit, man.
Yeah, even doing autopsies or even working in a morgue, you got to be a different kind of person for that. Your average patrol cop who's, you know, just driving around in a car. Yeah, it depends on how big, you know. If it's a small little shit town with 5 cops, which is actually a good thing because, you know, you don't need that many cops. It's a blessing, actually. Yeah, they're going to do more work, but in the town I live at, they have immense resources, so they'd rather cop be out in the street doing the perimeter to make sure no one gets, you know, stays away. And bring in the
that RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3.
I'm trying to remember last time.
Entered,
you know,
the chat.
The only time I did jury
stream.
duty was about 2 years ago.
That RGGAHTH4TST0L3Y0UR3BK3 said, Yo.
Along with the detectives who delegate shit out.
Said, want to partake in the dumpster fires? Join the Discord. HTTPS Discord GGFWQM6ZHMRS.
But like I said about cops, most of the ones I've met are actually good, decent people, but you do have some you got some shitbag cops who they won't fire them because they're trying to keep their numbers up. Because every year cops, the firemen, everybody's saying, "Oh, we need more." No, you don't. Actually, they don't need more, but they have to make it sound like they need more, so they're trying to get their budget up. They can keep their power and have more power.
It's problems of fucking unions.
Well, there's that too. But no police department ever wants to step back because if something does happen, you go like, "Damn, we had 20 people last year. We got 10 this year." You know, I get it, but I see a big police department more like a standing army, and most people could take care of themselves. I mean, we all have a right to defend ourselves. Cops always say shit like, "I'm here for your safety," but the federal court system said police have no duty to protect anybody.
Not only that, if you're helping an assistant cop and you're not a state official, you go to jail.
You will be held liable if something goes wrong. Yeah.
No, I think it's bullshit. I think laws need to be changed in that, like where if you're out there right next to a cop, the cop's injured, and nobody's out there to help and assist him, I think you have a right to use his firearm and like stop the criminal and help out the cop.
Right. Now in North Carolina, and when you go to the police academy, they tell them if you see somebody being stabbed, you don't have a duty to step in and protect that person. By all means, you can stand there and take notes and be the best witness. You can be the best witness and take notes, but when that guy's done stabbing the other guy, yeah, the law says you shall arrest, not may arrest, but shall arrest. So now you're talking about saving a cop. Why should I save a cop if there's a 50-50 chance he's... Oh, look at all this stuff in New York when you see all these people getting, beat up and stabbed, and the cops are just standing
New
there
York
like...
State, though. Fuck that state, though, man.
Right, but I can't speak for every city because it's not like I stop in and talk to every cop in every city.
My point being, though, if you're seeing somebody that's needs help, I think the law is where you can assist a cop. Like, it should be legal. Like, you shouldn't be prosecuted for that.
Sure.
I mean, I've seen stories of deputies get shot in the face with a shotgun by some criminal that was literally being investigated by them, and the two deputies were injured badly, and this one citizen literally was armed. They said, "No, I'm helping you guys out."
Yeah. Now, I'm pretty sure in North Carolina, any law enforcement can deputize anybody to assist them. Mm-hmm. But then again, if you don't know that person, you incur liability if they go too far. But it's available. But I don't... Okay, what you're talking about, I think, is all based on case law. So, until more people start demanding things change, why should they? Unless somebody really wants it. And really, if you're a powerful, corrupt politician, do you really want to empower the people to feel, like they can clean up their own town? Of course they don't. Because during George Floyd, all I heard, especially, I'm just going to speak for North Carolina.
God,
all the mayors, even the mayor in Raleigh. Raleigh's our big major city here. And the mayor was on TV, said, they're just expressing themselves, and you have insurance, so don't stop them. They basically told the cops to stand down and let people just burn everything down because you got insurance.
Yeah, that doesn't work out well.
Right, but if you empower the people to take the garbage out, guess what? We don't need that many more. We don't need cops to the degree we have now. In North Carolina, you're also allowed to do a citizen's arrest, but you have to know how to do it. If you mess it up, you become liable. So, I mean, it depends on the state you live in, county. The sheriff is the ultimate law enforcement officer of each county. He can actually defy the president, except for martial law. So that's where you get all the sanctuary cities from. Because if the sheriff won't enforce that law, then nothing you can do about it. And the only way you can fire a sheriff, the only person who can arrest a sheriff is, man.
Sheriffs are appointed.
They're elected, that's correct. But the only one who can arrest a sheriff is the main medical officer in that area. So there is a contingency to, that's the check of power we were talking about earlier. But the sheriff has to really he's really got to break the law and do something bad. Got to just piss somebody off.
My heart awaits you.
So, I mean, it is kind of nice knowing that, all right, the sheriff can be held accountable if it did come to that. I don't think it's ever been used, though. But
Have you relayed my orders? Farewell. I should warn you.
I find I really don't have a problem with anybody, even criminals. I stay away from shitty parts of town. If I get pulled over by a cop, usually it's just a warning ticket, and it's rare if I ever do get pulled over. And most of the time it's pleasant because, you know, I don't show my ass when they pull me over. In any state I've been pulled over. And I have no problem. I mean, in my state, you know, most people are concealed carry, and crime rate is pretty damn low in a lot of areas because people will shoot criminals, and most of the cops are okay with that. So thank God for that.
Sorry, y'all. I had to wolf down some food really quick.
What you eating?
Rice.
Oh, nice. I was supposed to make rice today, but I didn't.
Being
Finished
lazy
up that
like
bean soup.
80's.
No, finishing up that bean soup, man. You know,
I thought you was gonna mix the two.
Well, last time I did, I was thinking about it. And I was thinking about it, I'm like, if I do this, I'm not going to finish off the bean soup. It's going to start, you know, it'll be 2 or 3 more days before I finish it. I'll go ahead and finish the bean soup. Because, you know, one packet of 13 bean soup from Walmart, man, that's a lot of food, man. Oh. Unless I don't use the seasoning, then I can just, you know, split it in a third or, whatever I like. But with the rice, I think I'm going to, what am I going to mix with it? I'm probably going to go get a tube of mystery beef and just have beef and rice. I like bean soup, but there's no fat in it, so my body now I'm screaming for fat. I need fat, so I want beef.
You want the beefs?
That's right. I want the beef. So, Patriot, what are you into, man? What's your jam, bro?
What, music?
That's not. No, I'm sorry. I said it the wrong way. I make videos. I make science fiction videos. So
Mostly history.
I'm sorry?
Mostly history.
Oh, nice. Are you going to school for it, or are you just or autodidactic?
Self-taught.
Autodidactic, cool. What's your favorite focus?
Probably Cold War.
Oh, man.
Cold War, Second World War.
You got any questions? I was in military overseas at the end of it. I might be able to fill a gap in or give you some unknown perspective on a certain thing or two.
Yeah, I guess you were you were in Germany by that time?
England. I was there when I was in England when the wall came down. Yeah. Germany would have been nicer for me historically, but England was it was a nice place for me. It worked out real nice. The people were super nice. The food was okay. The beer was great. TV was, you know, I didn't have to learn a new language, so. And their humor suits me, so it worked out for me. But so anyways, what I did was we didn't have jets on the base I was at. We had field deployable cruise missiles. We kept on the base, but they could be taken out in the countryside so we can avoid satellite detection and make the enemy work really hard to find us. And so our specialty was, while we're on the base, is ground defense, close quarters combat. So, because, you know, Air Force, you know, got all the buildings. And if you have to take anything back, it's all close quarters. So, you know, grappling hooks, repelling, going in through windows, clearing buildings, all that shit. Anyways, in urban warfare was anyways, we worked with the British RAF, and we had a lot of urban combat training because they had mock towns in England. It was really spooky as fuck, man. They had, it was literally just like a typical British, village. They had, all the row houses.
People present, yeah.
Yeah, they had streets, row houses. They had defenses. They had they even had clotheslines in the backyard. But when you go in the house, it's just a wooden floor and it's just center block. So when you toss it in your training grenades, you don't want to use real ones for a training area. And you go assault those things. It's just especially when the sun's coming down. Ooh, creepy, man. But and our other thing was anti-terrorism and anti-Spetsnaz and sleeper unit. So all the James Bond shit was our focus. Because, having cruise missiles, you can't really attack it with an army. You'd have to use idiotic, stupid college kids trying to do stupid shit, or a real saboteur who's got purpose.
Let me ask you this. Were you ever connected with CIA?
No.
Those guys are really stupid people, I'll tell you that much.
No, I was what you call a conventional, nothing special.
No, but CIA definitely was involved in a lot of weird shit going on during the Cold War.
There was everything over there in England. You name it. James Bond, MI5, MI6, Spetsnaz, KGB, you name it. It's all over there. Intel services. A lot of stuff I didn't know about, I was aware about because, I didn't have a need to know. Mostly what I did, I was an MP. So or they call it security forces. So I was basically just industrial security. But, I just had a weapon with, live ammo. Every day I went to work. So, and it's odd because every day was a focus on not just securing your own area, but keeping an eye on each other because you never know who's been compromised, who's selling out. And you ever seen a movie called Tinker Tailor Spy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! If you're into the Cold War, watch that movie. It's dry and boring as all hell for the first 30, 40 minutes of it, but it really pays off at the end. That should really give you a good perspective of how all that shit works over there, to some degree. Plus, watch some James Bond movies. James Bond just spices it up for the movie, but the mechanics are pretty much there. Because every time we would leave the base on a convoy or whatever, so we had, you never know who the pros were because, they look like everybody else. Plus, they used a lot of college kids, protesters. And you had people, once we hit the countryside, there's, supposedly bird watchers, trying to follow and watch us with binoculars. But we had a contingent of British MOD police and SAS guys. And the SAS guys, they took care of all the outer elements because it's their country. Fair enough, right? So they took care, and whatever they did, we never found out about it because there's no point in us knowing about it. So I don't know how many times we were deployed somewhere to be bait. But other than that, it was just, I lived off base, like many of us did, and I go anywhere in England I wanted to. I can go to any restaurant, bar. I mean, it's just like anybody else in England. Bought a British car, and just go to the base every day and work, and that was it. And every once in a while, they'd have European-wide military exercises. So these are this is not live ammo. This is just for. They basically just call out exercise. This scenario number 7 is happening. Go. So everybody does what you would do if a certain thing happened. And so all the bases in unison throughout Europe would go through the exercise, and they would have evaluators everywhere to see where they're strong and where they're weak at. And we did have Russian inspectors come to our base. Let me tell you about them Russians, man.
The Soviets?
Yeah. They were PhD level nuclear physicists and whatnot, and whatever else they had. And so I was part of the crew that was there for when their plane landed to provide security. And when they come off the airplane looked nice, good shape, you know, no rust, nothing falling off them. They look, you know, just as good as any Western airplane. And but they all look like trailer park people when they come off. These are PhD level Soviets. They look like people who are from a trailer park. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Pretty malnourished too.
No, I remember this one woman. She had a nice belly on her. Looked like that chick from what was that movie? Porky's. That one gym teacher who grabbed the guy's dick through the wall and started pulling on it. That teacher. Kind of build. And the guy, he looked like he's never, you know, been to a gym. Yeah, I mean, they weren't athletes. These were intellectuals. And they also dressed like, you know, like people did back in the 70s, you know. They had that fedora hat and trench coat. But yeah, the woman, she had like a brown polyester skirt. And she had leather lace-up shoes. I mean, her clothes just looked cheap. I mean, her shirt looked like shit. I mean, if that was passes for fashion, because back in the 80s, you know, most of Europe was like 20 years behind us in fashion anyways. But the Soviets looked like they're about 30, 40 years behind everybody else.
I tell you what, though, those guys were fucking brutal to the Germans.
Yes? Wait a minute, what period? What year?
I'm talking when, after the Soviet Union occupied Germany and Poland.
Yes. Nobody was there to oversee it. They didn't allow any inspectors, so nobody knows what really went on. All I know is 600,000 Germans were taken prisoner. I think 20,000 made it back home. After, what, 8-10 years of hard labor rebuilding cities.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not, I mean, I want to say you can't blame them because the Germans did do a lot of devastation on the way in and on the way out of Russia. Yeah.
The Soviets, I'd say, were way worse than the Germans.
That's what it's, yeah, from everything I've seen and read. Yeah. But I think with the Soviet army, because you have so many people who didn't have access, they weren't educated like everybody else. They're mostly peasants. So you got a mob. And when the mob gets going, it's kind of hard to stop them.
Thing too, though, about the Soviets.
Again?
We got to remember, though, too, though. When you're in a communist country, you're actually forbidden to even have an arm.
Right.
So it's pretty much controlled all by the government.
Sure. But yeah, when the Soviet soldiers come in and occupied, there's no oversight from any international group. So, and again, you got a mob. They're all pissed off because who knows how many of their family were killed and how many of their friends they watched get, killed. And, I mean, war's a hell of a thing, man. That's why you want to try and avoid it. America's been real lucky to be engaged in certain conflicts where, yeah, there's death and there's destruction, but not like back then. Not when you got somebody who's equally armed and can push back on you. And I had some friends who were, a couple, they were Soviet lovers. They loved communism. They wanted to get free housing and free everything. And
it doesn't work.
Yeah, the girl was an artist. She was a good artist. She did some really nice paintings. And her boyfriend he's a bum, a nice guy. And so the girl lived with her parents, and so did the boyfriend. And they had a Soviet Lada they drove around in. And I remember one time we went to the town of Bath in their Lada. And as soon as I sat down, you can feel the straw underneath the pleather. Because they don't have foam in Russia. They got straw. The car seats.
Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Hey, actually, it's getting late. I got some sleep.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be going much longer.
Yep, you guys have a good night.
You have a good night too, Patriot. Thanks for swinging by.
Right. Take it easy, man. I haven't eaten dinner tonight.
I just ate dinner.
I'm thinking about what to cook for dinner.
Make your rice.
I kind of want to do that tomorrow because it's like Chinese food, you know. I eat rice, I'm hungry an hour later, and I want to keep it warm for hours. I was thinking about tortellini. I got some 5-cheese tortellini
There
leftovers.
you go.
Yeah, so it takes like 15 minutes to boil the water and cook it. And, oh, I think I got 1 or 2 Italian sausages left, so I can cook that shit up and put it in there. And then I gotta figure out what to. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go get some meat tomorrow. Eat that with the rice, and that should last me a good 3 or 4 days. Hey, let me ask you a question there, Cass. Do you store your food in the refrigerator in plastic or glass?
Plastic.
Fair enough. 3 or 4 years ago, I bought a bunch of Pyrex containers. Small letters. There's a difference between the big letters, the capital letters, and the lowercase letters. But anyways, I noticed when I switched over to all glass, my food stays fresher longer than plastic. If I put meat, cooked or raw, in a plastic container, it goes bad in about 2-3 days, real fast.
Okay.
But if I put it in glass, this should last about a week, man.
Huh.
The meat, I'll take like raw meat. I'll use that for example, especially if I buy steak, because it's coveted by everybody, and I don't want to waste it. And so if I just say like I get whatever, and I cut it in half and I put it in storage in the refrigerator, and I forget, you forget about stuff from time to time. And a week later, it's still in great shape, especially the rice. I'm like, I got rid of all the plastic, so I have no regrets on. And it didn't cost that much. It's like $5-6 for a glass bowl.
Well, it's not too bad.
Oh, and they're easier to wash. And for some reason, like when you do your dishes, right? Cold water, hot water. If I wash the glass, all that water just falls right off because it's glass. But the plastic, for some reason, will hold droplets of water for days. You gotta wipe it off with a paper towel or something. I'm not a fan of plastic anymore. And I'm kind of wondering, since I got rid of all my plastic bowls, if that's what's contributed to, me feeling better when I eat, and not feeling like most people my age.
Right.
Because of that plastic, I don't know. But I just said that for the other 2-3 people listening as well.
Yeah, it says there's only 3 watching, so.
It is Sunday night. Tomorrow's a holiday, so.
Yeah, there's other people that are better than me out there streaming right now.
Let me look. I don't see too many people who are streaming. I was surprised Outlaw had pretty much wide field tonight when he was live. Yeah, I'm not seeing too many people on right now. Hell, even Alex Jones pretty much phoned it in today. He's like, I'm taking the weekend off and then go look at Game Frogs. Ooh. Angry Phil is on. Got Orchard Fudge, she's on.
Yeah.
No Raisin is on. Let's see what Big Angry Phil. That's what I love about my setup. I can hang out with you and get a really
Watch
good
other
view of
people
what's
at the
going
same
on.
time.
Yeah, or even participate, you know, sometimes. Well, he's just playing a game. I'd rather watch you play a game. But if you had a panel thing going on, that might be interesting. I think last week he showed a bunch of locals tearing up a Waffle House.
Hmm.
And everybody had something to say about this. Is where Yeetus is getting that BattleTag from.
Yeah.
Because apparently, since Trump is in office, white people have no problem calling out the behavior of certain groups in this country, and not, you know, we're tired of being called racist, so it's just like, you know, we're done with this shit. But we're pushing back. Kind of refreshing to see, actually.
Yeah, I grew up seeing that shit. It was like, this is really dumb.
Let's pull communism. They use it to shut us all down.
Silence us by calling us names that hold a lot of weight and mean something bad and terrible.
Yeah, and shit, I can't remember who's showcasing it. It was either, I think it was Outlaw. Him and a bunch of other guys, you know, he had his panel up and everybody was contributing to the whole communism thing, and somebody showed where the word racism came from. Was a communist
Yeah,
in France
Trotsky.
in 1920.
It was Cleon Trotsky.
Trotsky, okay. Trotsky. Oh. Yep.
He was of the Tiny Hat group too.
Yes, he was. Actually, almost not all tiny hats are communists, but it does appear
but
that
it
all
appears-
communists are
Yeah.
of
The
that,
Tiny
yeah.
Hat ideology. It's crazy how that kind of plays out, isn't it?
Well, if you want to go down the rabbit hole of, 'cause I keep asking questions, I can't get, and I get some answers, but from what I understand, Jews consider themselves to be a totally different race. So if they are, I just thought they were just white people with a different religion all this time, but apparently not.
Yeah, no, they're a race of people.
Okay, so with
Full
that,
identity politics.
yeah, so I can see where I'm trying to think back. You know, let's look at like late 1800s, early 1900s, when people were kind of really picky about, you know, I'm of this religion. Oh, you don't fit in this town. You got to go. So, you know, not like it is today where everybody's like, you know, I don't care what you are, just don't force it on me.
Right.
But apparently back
While
then,
those same people are running to the state and government and having their garbage forced down your throat.
yeah, I mean, hell, look at England. They had, that's why the IRA existed, because England wanted them to change their religion, and the Irish were like, no. And that fight lasted for decades. I would imagine there's that religious element where, you know, we don't like your kind around here. So.
Based off of history, I could understand.
Yeah, well, people who are America only works because there's so much money to be made here, so that's why everybody gets along really good. But
If you want to call it that.
Well, I mean that's the simplest way I can put it. But
Right.
yeah, if you're over in Europe, in your whole village of
Rex
say 5,000 people,
said,
good-sized village, you know,
Crystal
farmers,
Kitten
whatnot.
dice roll.
Everybody
Result 3,
is the
you
same
got
thing.
half of the bet
You
back.
got a great deal of comfort there because everybody talks the same way.
Right.
But you get a radical come in and go, oh, we should do it this way. Now that takes time and effort and money, and we just don't care for that stuff. But you should. Yeah, I can see where that fight starts. So, does that make sense, or am I just babbling?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Okay, all right. So I'm trying to say it in a way that's mature and informative, not with any kind of, you know, oh, I don't care for that. I'm still trying to, I want to understand everything.
Right.
Because when I do make a final decision, I'll be like, this is where I stand. But yeah, if you go to New York City, you can see, the Jews with their curly hair and their black hats and their black jackets. They're walking down the street with a Muslim laughing. Why do they get along so good in New York City? The money.
Mm.
Everybody's making a good living. But
the money and their ideologies are so similar.
Yeah. And I keep hearing from all these, whenever I listen to rich people talk, once you get to a certain amount of money, you really don't care about all the other shit in the world. All you care about is, I'm rich. Oh, you're rich too? Hey, we're not peasants. Cool.
Excuse me.
But for some reason, if you leave America and you go to these other countries, I'm trying not to be too political here. Yeah, then they want to really fight. This is my land. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, whatever.
Others cannot. Bless you.
And why did you lose it 2,000 years ago? Because your ancestors were a bitch.
Yeah, they stepped over that line. Stepped over the line. You're a line stepper. And I'm sure there's going to be a time in America, depending on whatever political group gets in, they're going to finally acknowledge, the American Indian. And the American Indian's going to, start, well, since you're now letting us have say-so, we're going to punish you now because we want back everything you took. Now, you lost the war, just get over it. That's all it is. You lose the war, you lost the war.
Yeah.
What's the point of having a 6,000-year-old war if you've got a place to live and everything's stable? Just leave it. Just stop. And one guy I was hanging out with, he's a local cop, and he's Mexican, and he still bitches about California being taken by America. I'm like, did you even read that history? Mexico wanted to go to war with America because America just wanted a couple states. And hell, we could have taken over all of Mexico. I think the American army was all the way down. We occupied everything all the way down to the southern part of Mexico, but we didn't want it because we didn't want to take their coast. Could have. So when we had that war with Mexico, because America offered them so much land and a whole bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
So what Mexico got was less land and less money. But if they didn't have that war, they would have had more money and more land. So I'm on them? I don't know. I can't speak for Mexicans. I don't know what their frame of mind and the politics were back in the 1800s.
Colonizing.
Yeah, everybody's trying not to colonize back then. Yeah.
Because that's literally what they did. They started out in South America and made their way up, killed off all the Aztecs, the Mayans, all them groups. Procreated with the women and kept migrating their way up.
Yeah. Oh, don't forget, they stole all the gold.
Oh yeah, stole all their gold.
Man, just think of all the gold. I mean, dozens and dozens of ships that have been, I'm talking about the ones that sank and have been found and yet to be found with gold. How much gold actually made it back to, Europe, and what did they do with it? They pissed it away.
Oh yeah. Hookers and blow, man. Get you.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that there, Chaos, because that, the saying, nothing new under the sun.
Yeah.
Even let's see, that was back in the 1400s, 1500s, so that's 500 years ago. Nothing's changed.
Rich politicians were doing illicit drugs and doing shit they shouldn't really be doing. But, because they got money and power, they're above the law and the rules that us regular plebs are supposed to follow. Because we all know if we were to do the same thing, we would be harshly prosecuted.
Well, when you have your own army, your own royal guard, and you own everybody who's a lord of whatever district, who's going to challenge you when you bed somebody's wife because you're bored? Who can challenge you? Nobody. Plus, you had all those men in arms who were working for, hopefully a pension. So of course you're going to destroy anybody who gets in your way for a pension.
Yeah.
Oh, that's almost every cop in America right now. They don't care because they want their pension.
Yep.
How many cops have you ever heard say, arrest them all and let the judge sort it out? Fuck them. I've heard that before. I mean, I went and did a ride along with my buddy. He had to do something, so I had to go to another car, and this guy pulls over I think it was a Cadillac SUV, and he come back and he just didn't seem happy. He just kind of irritable and shit. And he's like, motherfucker. I said, what are you writing on a ticket for? He goes, whatever I can think of. I said, I'm curious. Why? He goes, look at him. He's got a Cadillac. He can afford it. So I don't know what was said between that policeman and the driver, but what a shitty attitude.
Yeah. Eventually, they grow numb to it and just totally void their feelings out.
Yeah. I binge watched the latest Battlestar Galactica last month or a month before, I think it was.
I don't think an outsider can really
The guy from Miami Vice. Anyways, Adama was saying, somebody was saying something about mixing the military and the police and whatnot, and Adama said, he said, the military fight for the freedom of the people. The police are always looking for the enemy of the state. If you combine the police and the military, then everybody's the enemy of the state.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you talk about a powerful statement.
Yeah, wrong. I mean, their job is really to protect the interests of the state.
Yes.
We're just cannon fodder. They enforce the rules that our politicians put in place, and we have to abide by those rules.
Look at J6. They went and arrested some 70-year-old grandma, put her in prison with no hearing, no.
Oh yeah, just because she was
things
there.
You're supposed to get. Yeah,
Due
because
process.
There's no due process. So because some milord said so, and they did it happily. Because of their pension. Hell, they raided Trump's house because milord said so.
They're just trying to. They're just trying to find a way to keep him from being able to run again.
Right, but when you cross certain lines like that, you can't never take it back, and you just given everybody else that same tool to use against you down the road. So,
Have you eaten? Onward.
I would imagine. I mean, if what I see on Alex Jones is true about some of the progress Trump is making, he's pretty much going to take a bunch of people out before he leaves office.
Oh yeah.
He's going to, one way or another, he's going to hurt a lot of feelings, which I have no problem with.
No, they need their feelings hurt.
Yeah, because they're getting too much like Europe, the politicians where they don't have to answer to the people.
Yeah, no, instead of working for the people, they work for themselves and each other.
Oh, what got my ass, especially when COVID first broke out, all the politicians made the vaccines exempt from them, but it was mandatory for us. And I was like, that's it. They've gone royal. And they just said the quiet part out loud.
Well,
yeah, all the government people, yeah, you're exempt. Unless you're a doctor, a nurse, a peasant. Those peasants and those other group of peasants. All the peasants have to take a shot.
And all
Just
those
royalty.
orders were coming from the fucking UN and shit. And the WHO.
Yeah. Then you see all these videos pop out where all the politicians are gathering with no mask on and just having fun.
Oh, yeah, going on vacation. Like Ted Cruz.
They make all the staff wear a mask like they're filthy peasants who spread disease, but it's like the hospital. I think I was talking about this the other day with you. You know, at the hospital I was at.
Getting more sick at the hospital from being at the hospital.
No,
than-
all the executives who work there,
Oh.
they're exempt from all the vaccines.
Yeah.
They don't take the shots. And they don't even wear a mask. But yet they walk through the same air I'm breathing.
Well, it's because they're not peasants.
You don't have to be, you know, if I'm at the front door greeting people, checking IDs, and anybody listening if you're interested, if you go to a hospital and they ask for your ID, they scan it and it's connected to your local law enforcement to see if you're a sexual criminal. And you're not allowed in the hospital without, you know, somebody vetting you or an escort.
Damn.
Oh yeah, Chaos, it's like that.
I mean,
Because,
I understand.
No. The reason why they... Alright. Here's some dark, dirty truth about hospital. People who come and visit their family, they're not like me and you, Chaos. They're not normal people. These people are scumbags and criminals because, believe it or not, they get hurt too or need surgery. And they're scumbag shit family who are criminals. Anyways, nurses are usually sexually assaulted or they try to rape them. Way more than you realize. And the hospital does everything they can to keep that nurse from reporting it because they don't want lawsuits, bullshit.
Alright.
And, yeah, they don't want anybody knowing that, oh my god, a nurse got raped up there again? So that's what, you know, so they think checking for, you know, just because you get charged, you know, a sexual criminal, you're not always a bad person. You just might be a lonely old guy who went and got a prostitute and got caught. And oddly enough, there was one woman I remember come through. You know, her crime was she was charged as a prostitute, but now she's on that 10-year sexual, you know.
Yeah.
It's stupid. But there's a lot of other people who are just simply criminals and scumbags. You know. And they've made they hide everything in the name of HIPAA. I mean, I remember days when you could just walk into the hospital, you know, you go see your family member. Nobody stopped you.
Yeah.
And hell, the nurses were like, can I get you an extra cushion for that chair? Or a real night. Now nurses are just bitches. They're like, oh God, more work. That's what
Carpet
they are,
munching
man.
dykes, they're in it for the money.
Well, that's the first statement for a bunch of them. But when I was younger, in my 20s, 30s, working in the hospital before HR and all that other shit kicked in, it was not uncommon for old Batty to end up in a supply closet with a nurse because she's bored
Right.
in between jobs. So yeah, I banged, you know, half a floor once. It was just as simple as me walking down the hallway. They're like, "Hey, Batty, what are you up to?" I'm like, "Nothing. I just finished a job. I got about 15 minutes." And they just grab me and pull me. They don't even ask me. And you know, and of course, I'm afraid of them. You know, their wrath. So I'm going to do it. Thank God thank God they're all good looking. But it's them not so pleasant ones to look at. They were always pissy and angry no matter what. I gave them a wide berth. But yeah, man, I'd walk around the hospital. I'd go talk to some chick who was sitting up in front of radiology. She was not medical. She just did, you know, process paperwork. And went outside to go smoke a cigarette and something or whatever I said. She grabs my hand and we end up in another. And I work weekends. And this is the great thing I love about this hospital. It's an orthopedic hospital where they did, you know, like hip replacements and shit.
Yeah.
So it was mostly Monday through Friday. So half the building was actually shut down on the weekend. The only thing I had to worry about was, you know, a bored security guard walking around. But those guys were just sitting in the security room looking at the security cameras. They didn't care. So, anyways, obviously a good time for me. I did get pulled into the head nurse's office when I was down in Wilmington, and she said there's been a complaint against me. I said, oh, what kind of complaint? And she said, of a sexual nature. I said, please do tell. No, I said, who has a complaint against me? Because I'm still used to being able to face my accuser. She said, I can't tell you because it's hospital policy, because it's a woman. And, they're afraid, because I'm a man, I'm going to go, do something really bad to her.
Of course.
I said, I don't want to hear that. I said, I want to know who said it, and I want to know what they said, because I'm going to get my lawyer, and I'm suing everybody. Nobody gets to call me a pervert without proof. She saw I was serious. Just like I said, this is before all this HR and all these other policies really kicked in big time. This is still like 2000? Yeah. And she finally gave in. She didn't tell me the woman's name, but she said you were overheard telling it, an adult dirty joke. I said, oh. I said, well, ma'am, let me tell you exactly what happened there, and I have many witnesses. I said, in fact, I didn't tell the joke. It was a nurse telling another joke, that joke. I just happened to be standing there. Would you like to bring in, these other nurses and get their story? Because I'm making this, I want everybody to know what happened here. That really bothered her.
Yeah.
And yeah, anyways, I stirred shit really big, and everybody gave me a wide berth after that. Like, you motherfucker. I was going to school Monday through Friday. Do you think I like working weekends while I'm going to school? Hell no. I'm tired all the time. Gotta read stacks of books and shit. Are you kidding me? But being calm like I am and observant. Yeah. But, I still had my fun when I wanted to. But I found out who it was. It was a fat nurse.
Yeah.
And she was young. The older ones, if it was an older nurse and she's, got, angry and really pissy, they're still pleasant to talk to. You can still talk to them if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You're not going to go to supply closet. You usually go to her house, not supply closet. But anyways, yeah, some bitter young fat chick who just because nobody flirted with her or whatever. So like, fucking motherfucker. Anyway, I just avoided that part of the hospital when she's working. Because you ever listen to Tom Likas?
I have, yes.
Alright, I love the part when he lets people call in, and when the women start giving him shit, like women say, well, you guys said, he said, you never hear young, sexy women complain, because the world is theirs. It's only after, you become old and haggard, nobody wants to talk to you. Now you want to get in everybody's business. So.
Yeah, I was calling that shit out there a long time ago. It's like, these feminists are fucking ugly as fuck. Why are people like, they're just angry and bitter because nobody chose them. So they want everybody else to be bitter and miserable with them.
Well, exactly. And it's amazing how men don't act that way, because there's a lot of unfuckable men out there that women just, even homosexuals won't touch them. And there's a lot of dudes who aren't, well, I mean, if you have gay sex, that's gay sex, but there's a lot of dudes. I've seen, who was it? Oprah she tried to talk about this once upon a time, somebody shut her up real fast. But there's a lot of dudes who will cross the line to have sex and feel human touch.
Yeah.
But they don't continue that lifestyle. They will step over the line and have gay sex, oh yeah.
Blur the lines, man.
Yeah. And I've never been without a woman, so I've never thought, that one little tweak over there, that little emo boy who's, 21, he looks so feminine. I drink a lot of beer. No, I never got to that point, but I can see where some guys would. And women just do whatever they want. They just,
because everyone wants to fuck them.
Yeah, have sex with a woman today. Bunch of men tomorrow. Go back to the war. Yeah, they do whatever they want. So they. Here's my theory on this. Let's see what you think about this, Chaos. You're a sensible man. I value your opinion. I believe all women, even if she's not attractive or fat, there's no reason why these women could not have any number of orbiters around them, to include, you know, even good-looking guys. Because all women have to do, these guys are so starved for women being nice to them. If a woman just, let's say you hang out in a comic book shop and you get a couple orbiters around you. Now you got orbiters. Now you got guys to help you do shit in your yard and move your furniture. Give them some food. Let them come over and play Dungeons and Dragons. There's no reason for any woman to be without the company of men. And you don't even have to have sex with them. What do you think of that?
Yeah. I think it's harder for, I don't know, I teeter on it's possible to a degree, but at the end of the day, men and women being friends is, because at the end of the day, someone's going to want to try and fuck.
Well, you're right. Now, this is actually based on a scenario I'd lived through. I was the best looking man in that group there. I was brought in late into the game, so when I got there, everybody was Dungeon and Dragon nerdy, you know, all shapes and sizes. I'll put it that way. Socially awkward, whatnot. And I knew as soon as she saw me, she had eyes for me, but I had a girlfriend. But I saw how she worked all those guys. I mean, she made that a place for, you know, guys. You know, of course she checked them out, made sure, you know, and friends of friends and whatnot. And next thing you know, she literally had, you know, a small army of men always around, you know, playing Dungeon and Dragon. And all she had to do was throw a pot of chili. I mean, what a bowl of chili cost back in '97? You get some meat, some onion, and some, you know, tomato paste.
Wasn't that expensive? Yeah.
$5, and you put a lot of water in it, so you basically turn it into a soup. $5. Now she's got all kinds of guys hanging out with her, and of course, what it did was it brought me around. You know, everybody's got friends who are a little better looking or less looking, and of course, yeah, I did end up, you know. I just remember there were a couple other guys who did want to hook up with her, and she was older and she was a big woman, but not huge.
Yeah.
But she had a great personality, man. I mean, she just, you know.
The personality made up for the weight.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, hell, even Eddie Murphy talked about this in his when he was up on stage doing Raw back in '86, '87. He said, you know, you always see these good-looking guys with these women. You're like, how do they do it? They cater to a man's personality. And women have forgotten this art. I used to see this all throughout, my whole life actually, most of it when I was a young man. You go to your friend's house, there was some, you know, occasionally a single mother, somebody got divorced, and, you know, these women were, you know, really good with the, you know, being sociable and kind and nice. Nobody's bitter and hateful. So all I'm saying is, I just don't see no reason for anybody being lonely. Put out a Dungeon and Dragon game. Put some cheap-ass food on the stove. Give them a reason to hang out for 3 or 4 hours a day on a weekend if that's what you're looking for. Just don't buy anybody beer.
Find one, stick with it, and, you know.
Yep.
Make the best lemonade you can with the lemons you're given.
Yeah. And this woman, she was a single mother. I mean, I don't think she was, you know, a carousel rider. I'm sure she had, you know, she was no holy woman by any means, but I can't remember what happened to the man. I don't think I even asked, but she wasn't on the prowl. I mean, she went to work, she came home, she took care of her kid.
Yeah.
And she found a way to have friends, and, you know, especially men hang out. And everybody there was solid. Nobody was a pervert. Nobody was creepy. Nobody's weird. It was cool, man. It's just like what we're doing right now, just hanging out. Funny game. But I did notice somewhere in the 2000s, though. Anyways, this little group I hung out with, they're the ones that led up to me going to that Star Trek convention and me standing next to Major Barrett all day.
Yeah.
And I never hated those guys. I mean, I kind of looked at a couple and was like, I wasn't looking to picking on anybody or tear them down. I was just thinking, what could I contribute to make them feel better about themselves, or one guy wanted to be a comic book artist, and he had a portfolio, and these things were probably had a big art book, those big 18 by 24 art books.
Mm-hmm.
And he would draw like it was a comic book. He didn't just make characters. He actually put, the blocks, and he put the bubbles for the words and shit, and or the dialogue. And it was awesome. It was phenomenal. But he was a small little dwarf. And he was socially awkward, and he looked kind of, like he needed a couple more months in the oven to bake correctly before he was born. But nice guy. But anyways, we're having a late night game session over at her house, and his thing was he wore those 90s style gym pants that men wore with the Velcro on the waistline with the elastic.
Uh-huh.
And anyways, he walks up to her in the hallway. She comes out of the bathroom or something like that, and he pulls his pants away from his waist, and he looks in and he goes, "Penis." She looks down and said, "Yes, that's the penis." That was his way of hitting on her. You could tell this guy didn't have. You could tell this guy had never had any action in high school. That kind of guy. So I didn't pick on him for it. I just I didn't even know what to say, man. I was just like, damn.
He must have watched way too much porn there.
Yeah, that's when porn was still VHS. I did carpet cleaning for a little bit, one of my many in-between jobs. And I walk in this one house, it's like a duplexy type deal. It's like small 2-bedroom wooden. Not bad. But they wanted the couch cleaned and the living room carpet. It was real. I was like, all right, this take me about an hour. And there's 2 guys living there, and these guys were older and real skinny, and they looked like probably drug addicts or something. But anyways, but in the corner of their living room, they had to move some shit out of the way because, again, steam cleaning their carpet and their couch. These guys had the mega stack of porn. Gay porn.
Oh no!
And here I am. I think I'm 27, 28. Gym rat. I look like an Olympic stud. Got that nice, got the great, I got the lats, I got the chest and the arms and legs. I'm great. These dudes are gay. And here I am. I am just tripping. I can't even beyond it. If I get done with the job and they're, finish up paperwork and payments and stuff like that, and they're like, "Would you like to stay for a drink?" And I'm like, no, I have to move on to the next appointment. I mean, I didn't get mad. They're just this girl trying to get a nut, and they were nice. They weren't perverty about it.
Overly aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a good-sized man. I've never had that problem. People were kind of persistent. I wound up at a lesbian bar one night. I didn't even know it was a lesbian bar. Oh, I remember now. There's a girl at work at another job, and she brought her friend over to work. And so we were talking, and I said, let's go out sometime. She said, sure. How about we go to Cloud 9? I've never been to this club called Cloud 9. There's a lot of bars.
I know about Cloud 9.
There's a lot of bars and clubs I've never been to.
Yeah.
So we arranged to meet, that weekend at 10 o'clock on Friday. So I showed up early, and I'm not sitting on the parking lot drinking beer. I'm pre-gaming. because I can really burn through a lot of alcohol, and I was just cheap, so I just get drunk in the parking lot. And I'm sitting there in the bar, and one of the guys from work shows up. Oh, yeah. I'm not thinking of nothing. So I'm sitting there drinking beer, and women start coming in. All these good-looking women. I was like, damn, all right, not bad. And, you know, the DJ starts playing the music and everything. I think DJ don't really kick into what, 10, 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
I got there at 9. I'm sitting at the bar drinking. I turn around, look at all the women on the dance floor. Because, you know, women can dance with each other. You never think nothing of it. And when the women coming into the door and whatnot, they're all hugging and kissing each other. And it's like, again, you don't think nothing of it. So now I'm there for 30 minutes and the lights start going down a little low. And I see 2 women on the dance floor, French kissing like you wouldn't believe. And I'm like, huh. I've never seen stuff like this before, Chaos. I'm liking what I see.
Yeah.
And so anyways, the guy from work's like, he goes, you know, hey, why don't you come over to my place? We could drink some beer and watch a movie. I'm like, you know, I'm here to meet this chick. You know, she should be here in a few minutes. And he just kept going and going and going. And he finally just come out with it. He says, you really don't know, do you? I said, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. He goes, I'm gay. I'm like, yeah, and? You know, this is the mid-90s. This is the point when everybody's coming out. Nobody gave a shit no more, right?
Yeah. Women were coming
anyway,
out just to sound cool and be edgy. And
the women were, yeah, but the men were actually taking a chance, you know. But this is like 97. I think 93 through 95 is when everybody was coming out and everybody's bored. They were doing it on TV and shit. But anyways, the guy said, yeah, I'm gay. I was like, yeah, great. He goes, and the bartender was kind of looking at me like, you know, this has got to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen. And it took me a few minutes to register. The guy wanted me to come over to his house, drink beer, and watch a movie. I was like, he wanted to suck my dick. I'm glad I didn't say nothing. I was like, no.
We could not have achieved this.
But anyways, so he gets frustrated or pissed off or whatever. He leaves. I'm like, good. I'm gonna look at all these chicks out here French kissing on each other. While I wait for this nice woman to show up. Anyway, the woman never showed up. And but I was like, all right, I'm gonna have a couple more beers. I'm gonna watch all these lesbians out on the dance floor dance and kiss each other. Then I'm going home because I know I can't talk to them. Then this little homo jumps up in front of me. He goes, hi, you want to dance? I said, oh no, thank you. I'm heterosexual. I appreciate the offer and everything, but no. And he was so persistent, like, oh come on, are you sure? Yeah, I was like, I wasn't mad. And the first thing that came to my mind was, do I talk to women like this? If I do, this is really fucking repulsive. You know how guys can be with a woman, like, oh come on, let's go dance, please. You know, God, I think that's one of the things that changed my style and how I approached women.
And I've had a few come on to me. They were very handsy. It's like, whoa, no. One, I was literally dancing with at the time, my girl.
From the descendants of the matriarch, a drop of
And this dude kept reaching in through the freaking cage we were dancing in, and kept grabbing a hold of me. And at this other place, fucking this big dude fucking come up behind me, rubbing on my shoulders and shit.
Oh dear.
I was like, I'm sorry, dude, I'm straight. And that was the only good one. He's like, okay, he stopped.
Yeah.
But he did ask, like, what are you doing here? I was like, I'm waiting on my old lady and her friends to get here.
I accept your offering.
That's a fair question.
A bloodline.
Yeah, so that bar I'm sitting at with all the lesbians, I'm still not registering this is a gay bar. Because now the guys are starting to pile in, and after that little dude, you know, I was like, look, I said, look, man, I said, I don't want to dance. Look, I'm going to the bathroom. He goes, can I help you? I'm like, look, man, just stay away. I went in the bathroom, took a piss, and I was like, yeah, that's it, I'm leaving. Not for me. But I did find out later on that, because, everybody's coming out. That's one of the stories I like to tell because I think it's kind of funny. But I think one of the things that saved me was, for some reason, if you go to a bar where a lot of gays are, if you tell them you're straight, they're gonna buy you a shitload of beer.
Yeah, because they want to convert you.
Right. Well, they know 500 other guys haven't sucked your dick yet, so you're virginish territory. You're still cleanish.
Yeah.
And what's the other thing? Don't ever protest about your straightness because they'll really come at you even harder. Which I found that in other places too. You just tell the person, look, I'm hetero, I'm not interested, and just drop it. Don't, because if you continue the conversation, they're looking for those guys who will give in.
Yeah.
So, like going back to the early part of the conversation about some guys do cross that line. Because I would imagine, how many of these gay dudes are like, look, I'll do all the work. You don't have to even do nothing. I'll buy you a beer. And most guys are so stupid and horny, they're like, just a blowjob, right? I'm like, yeah, just a blowjob. Like, I don't have to touch nothing. No, you know what? No, nothing. Just let me suck your dick. Yeah, I can see why some guys would do it. But like I said, I never got to that point.
Never. I couldn't bring myself to do it. That's just weird. I like vagina and titties.
But I just think that's funny. Just the idea of how many guys are walking around with that secret.
This place should be crawling.
Because not all them gay guys are sissy. Some are quite butch and very manly.
One of my old friends, they told me quite a few stories about how married men did like to hook up with them.
I am sorry, but I do not know how.
There's one soldier. Can't remember how I found it. Anyways, this guy was 19 years in the military. Married. 6 months away from retirement. Gets caught sucking a dick on base during duty hours.
Ooh.
And all I could think was, how did that man go home and look at his wife and go, hey baby, remember I was going to get that nice juicy retirement paycheck and money forever in 6 months from now? Yeah, baby, yeah.
It's not happening
anymore.
I'm getting kicked out. Wait, what? What'd you do? I'm not gonna tell, and you're gonna stop asking.
Let's just say I ate corn the long way, baby. Oh God, no! Now, that's where I will feel bad, really bad for a woman. I mean, that's not fair to her.
No, it's not.
The guy could have sucked dick anytime he wanted to off base after duty hours, but did he? 6 months away from retirement. Obviously, if he's still getting young guys, letting them suck it, let him do that. 6 months won't matter. And whatever happens to his, relationship with his wife is between them. But,
oh, I'm sure it was over after that.
Oh, yeah, he was definitely divorced. And there's another one.
I wouldn't blame her either.
One of my gay friends. He wasn't really a friend. He's more like associate, part of a group.
Acquaintance.
Of people part of the group of people I was hanging out with. Anyway, yeah. And I'm the kind of guy, I'll ask questions. Not rude questions, but I'll just, I'm like, I don't know anything about that. Would you mind, telling me something if I ask you a question? I'm that guy.
Yeah.
I used to watch a lot of I used to watch a lot of Columbo when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I picked up on that. Yeah. Anyways.
Call it Columbo, huh?
Oh, goddamn outlaw! You walk in right when I'm getting ready to tell some of the weirdest, raunchiest shit, man.
What the fuck?
Oh, all right.
It'll give him something to go into the tool shed later.
Oh my
All right.
god.
All right, I'm going to continue this story here, and I'll give you the backstory on it here in a second, Outlaw. So, anyways, I asked this guy. I said, because he had actually asked me if I was interested, and I told him no. So I said, how many other guys, do this kind of thing with you? He says, oh, you'd be amazed. I said, really? And he said, there's this one guy. He would drive like 100 miles, just so the guy would, so he could suck his dick and let him, fuck him in the ass. And he was married. He wanted the gay guy to fuck him in the ass, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
I said,
wow.
yeah, he wanted gay sex, and that's like, well, if he's married, what did he
Couldn't he just get his wife to peg him? Like, fuck.
Alright, this is still back in the 90s, and I don't think
while.
pegging was popularized back
Phoenix.
then. And women were like,
Entered the
"Ew,
chat.
anyways.
Welcome to the
Yeah. Hey,
So
what's
I have
up,
to-
Phoenix?
Said, did I come in
Great,
at the
Phoenix
wrong
walked in when I'm
time?
getting ready to tell it.
It's never a wrong time to come into the stream.
So I asked the guy, I
Just
said,
make sure there's a tissue nearby to clean up your mess.
So I asked this guy, I said, why did he come to you to fuck him in the ass? He said, his wife wouldn't put a finger in his butt when she was giving him a blowjob. I was like, well, that's a bit much to overcompensate, isn't it?
No shit.
Ew.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the butt thing, but, obviously it feels good because, goddamn, all the porn got it. And, you got gays everywhere doing all that butt stuff, so...
There's
sure somebody
something
found a way
about
to
the
make it feel good.
prostate.
Well, yeah, I don't know, because I haven't...
I'm never
too
gonna
old for that.
find out.
I'm too old-fashioned. That's not something I'm interested in, but... Because his wife wouldn't stick a finger in his butt. And he just... Now he's running the risk of AIDS and gonosyphil AIDS and all the other shit. Because the one who was giving me these answers, he would have sex with anybody.
Yeah.
You got a dick. If you got a dick and you give him access to it, he'll take it. I don't know if... And when I found out about the whole gay lifestyle, it really grossed me out, man. Because most of these guys will have sex with over 100 men a month if they can.
Man.
What the fuck?
They go to the they go to those porno shops with the
Glory holes.
And they will suck all the dick that shows up, whether it's 5 dicks or 100 dicks. They'll suck 100 dicks in one night. And they'll brag about it. Look, Outlaw, once you get somebody talking and you appeal to their ego, I was telling Chaos that I used to watch a lot of Columbo as a kid, the TV show. So when I ask people questions, and you just let them run. Don't interrupt them. Just let them talk. The shit people tell. I mean, you've heard some of the shit I've told you guys, but I'm not too devastating or personal. But yeah, that guy just had to get his ego out there and tell me everything that goes on in town. And here's the worst part: they're just like women, man. They tell everybody everything.
Yeah. Don't talk long enough.
How big your dick is, how much money you make, where you keep everything in your bedroom, what's in your bathroom. That glory hole thing where these guys are all hanging out in the dark area in the back of the porno shop, just sucking everybody's dick all night. I was like, oh God. Look, even if there's a place where women were walking around with no clothes on going, hey baby, you want to lick my... No, I don't know who's been there before me, and if there's 100 dudes here, no. I mean, I still want to see it, but I'm not gonna. I don't want to service it like that if everybody else is there. Ugh.
I'm just not a huge fan of dipping my pen in an inkwell that's had a lot of other pens in it.
Right. Even if it was just all women, and I just happen to be the exceptional man they let in, once that year, and I can have my taste of the candy store. No.
Did you find any tomes detailing the Azure Oakstone? None.
Ooh.
I must be too innocent for this world, because there's stuff I don't want to know about.
Well, Outlaw, I used to be a chatty, bad boy kind of guy, and it's amazing the circles of people I've run into, the conversations I've had. Oh, there's something I wanted to mention to you about a future possible live for you, some material. I was thinking about this yesterday after we were talking about something. Anyway, I know, when I say I was, a Chad and a bad boy, it's not bragging stuff. It's just I have a different perspective on a lot of dating that a lot of men don't. So that's why I kind of bring it up. And what I was thinking about was, here's the bad thing about if you're a sucker, a simp who marries a woman, you don't know what you're getting into. Because I was that guy who was banging all these women in between relationships or during their relationships or marriages. What do women do? They tell me everything about the man. They tell me how big his dick is, how much money he makes, everything, all of his hobbies, how many guns he's got in the house, his dreams, all of his weaknesses, everything. And I'm just a guy who's just, taking her to Pound Town. I never asked for that information, but women, not all, but some of these women, man, they have no problem sharing all the, if you're trying to keep a secure house, and information is power. These women told me everything. This is why, if I do, if I'm with a woman, I'm not telling her shit. I don't even tell. And the only thing I got in my bathroom, is soap and aspirin.
Yeah.
Everything else, if a woman comes over here and I'm, well, back then, I got everything out of the bathroom. I learned years ago. Don't even have athlete's foot powder in your bathroom. She'll look at you and go, ew. And I started buying stuff for my bathroom to actually enhance my opinion from women. All the dental accessories, because I'm taking good care of my mouth and my teeth, and I got some skin products because I'm, just really into taking care of myself. And, yeah. I just wonder how many women have cheated on me, or or with some dude telling him, everything I own, how much money I got, dangerous. So I imagine there's some videos out there that describe some of these horror stories, which is basically what the whole honey trap thing is based on. There's a bunch of movies out there that have been made for decades about where somebody will send in a good-looking woman to get in a relationship with a man, and just find out all of his weaknesses and vulnerabilities and get him to a point where, or at least, come home from the club and just leave the door unlocked so this way her boyfriend or her friends can come in, while he's vulnerable, and just beat him up and steal everything. What do you think of that for a topic? That would scare the shit out of me.
Sounds like some Cardi B shit.
Exactly. That's look, getting divorced is one thing. At least you got some chance of, depending on your friends, family, and lawyer and whatnot, hopefully somebody can do something. But when you're with a woman that looks, really good, she leaves your door unlocked so you get robbed? Oh, man. You think you're ever going to trust any women ever again after that?
Nope. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
Yep, and if you do try to have a relationship or sex, you're going to be so extra cautious. What do you think, Outlaw? Do you think that would be a good topic?
I mean,
I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just asking your opinion. I mean, I don't want to mess with your vibe, man. You got a good flow going on. I don't want to disturb it. But I think that's just scary as hell. Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on, Sam?
What is this? Oh, hey, what's up, Sam?
Hey, Chaos. What up, Batty? How you doing, bro?
I'm well, man. I'm feeling good. And at my age, that's always a good thing.
Hell yeah. At least somebody's feeling all right today, huh?
It's a good start. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah.
When you're feeling good, you can get some shit done. That's what I mean.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I had a hell of a day today, let me tell you.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What happened?
Dude tried to fucking murk me, bro.
I added Sam back
The dude
to
I drove
Discord.
the Texas
He'd been
with,
removed
like,
for some reason.
tweaked on shrooms. and
Right,
like had a mental spaz attack.
That's not the guy who got hit in the head with a hammer, is it?
Yep.
Oh dear. Oh boy. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm okay. I pepper sprayed him,
Rex
and like
There you go.
he took
Enjoying the show,
took
make
off
sure to
on-
click that like
took all
button
my
and
stuff.
subscribe to show your support.
And
no.
I finally got a lady to stop. I just asked the police if they could find him and ask him to just please give me my stuff. All I said is that we got into an argument, we scuffled, I sprayed him, we're fine, and I wanted my stuff, and then he could leave me. And he told them I kidnapped him or something.
Damn. So you got your stuff then, right?
Yeah, you got your
I
stuff
do.
right. Good.
I
talking
do.
To us,
I have everything.
You're talking to us.
Cal
You're
Phoenix
obviously not in jail, which is
said,
bonus.
Speaking of that chaos, can I put Sam's
always
cash
have
app
to
in
pay.
chat? We're trying to raise money for him because he needs help because of the
Oh,
incident
yeah,
he
that
is
would have
describing now.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Man. But you're okay, and you got your stuff. That's bonus. Great stuff, man.
Yeah. Now we basically just gotta survive till Tuesday, man, and see what I can make happen then.
Tao Phoenix
How long do you know that
Wait.
guy?
said,
2 years.
HTTPS Cash App Shield
2
Fraternitas.
years.
Well, technically, you could technically say 3, but I talked to him for a year after I met him, and then we didn't talk for like a year, and then this last year I've been talking to him again the whole year.
Well, I'm kind of getting the impression, tell me if I'm wrong or going too far, but you think he's using you?
Well, I think he was... I think he was planning on using me as a prop, if you know what I mean by that. Or trying to, because some of the shit he said just prior to his tweak out regarding the employment situation we had almost came across as, I'm gonna try to make you look bad on Tuesday, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Though he didn't say anything overt like that.
Right.
It just,
No,
I don't know.
I got you. You can pick up.
Tao Phoenix
If something's really off, you pick
said,
up on it. I got you.
Please send some
Yeah.
help to our brother Sam Fisher if possible. He
I
was
told Sam
assaulted
because
and
he come
attacked
after
by
me,
a
and I was talking to him a while
psychopath
ago
during
about
his
it.
trip
I was
to
like,
Houston.
something about that dude didn't feel right when he came at me. And then he was going after the other guys in his Discord, and I'm like, what is wrong with this dude?
I don't know, man. I'm not in his Discord now, but he's not in mine. See, that's why I even after he apologized, I let him back in, but not to the close circle. Because I really did want to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I guess I'm trying to, I really am trying to put in footwork to actually help other guys, so.
Oh, no. You're nicer to me, man. No,
You gotta be
fuck
careful
that.
there.
Stuff like that. I know, man.
Look at that guy from the, that famous Navy SEAL sniper. He tried to be nice to people, too, and fucker shot him on the gun range.
Oh, good lord, that's true.
Golly.
I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm just trying to live the life that I preach about. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, look, don't get me wrong. I mean, you got a great idea, but I see where some of the institutions, they make those people work really hard to want to improve their life. And I've come across people like this before, and I can kind of pick up when shit's sketchy, and I'm like, I'm bailing. There's something here that's gonna put us both in jail, and when I get that feeling, that's it. I'm done with you. If I even think we're gonna go to jail, no, I ain't having it.
And you know what? That's the thing. It was so weird, dude. Because I told him to drop me in Houston. Because he wouldn't stop doing drugs, dude. I'm like, you know what, man? You got to leave me in Houston. Because I was going to be doing that no matter what.
Are you in what quarter of Houston are you? You're in north, south, or in near Buffalo? Yeah, the Buffalo freeway. Are you in the south or the north part of Houston?
I don't know. Hold on.
If you're in the northwestern part, you're screwed, man. There's a lot of crime there.
I'm what?
No, it's the northeastern part. That's what. If you're in the southwestern part near Sugarland, you should be all right.
I'm in. I don't know, man. There's an Exxon here, a CVS.
No, stop right
it just
there.
Says downtown Houston. I'm
Houston
near a place called.
Houston's got 13 counties in it. It's massive.
I know.
There's no saying, oh, I'm near CVS. There's 2,000 of them.
Right. I'm in a tree stand in a park called Discovery Green.
It might. There's a bunch of parks.
On Lamar Street.
I'm not familiar with that one.
On Lamar Street.
Now, if you're near like Asia Town, you can't miss it because all the signs are in English and Chinese characters. That's in the mid-southern part.
Well, if I zoom out.
Like I said, it's 13 counties in Houston. That's massive.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You stay safe and you navigate your way to a church or something and get you some, try and find some food and some charity.
Yeah, I've got some steaks. I'm going to try to dig a hole and use my charcoal to cook them. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to light my charcoal. I can't start a campfire here, obviously.
Yeah.
And my cast iron pans are in that bastard's car, and it got towed.
You can take your charcoal and take a stick or a rock and just grind half of your charcoal real fine, and that'll help burn all the other stuff.
Yeah, that's
charcoal
good.
Yeah, it's hard to get it going, but if you just take one cube and crush it down to a powder, start with that.
Yeah, that works.
Just make a circle of the bricks so that they catch on. Then you can just add on to that. You know what to do. You've been out in the woods long enough. You can add on to it.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, man.
I've just got to be careful not to let it get too fiery.
Don't let the cops see you. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to work on that. I've got pretty good concealment here. I should be okay. At the very least, using the charcoal and eating the steaks will lower my weight some.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the city to calm down.
If you pass by a taco cabana, I highly recommend it.
Yeah?
They use real sirloin steak, and you get a choice of the hard, soft taco and corn or flour. And even I think last time I was there was like, was it 2010 or 2011?
Oh
and, man,
man,
the prices were really good. Oh man, and it's real meat. It's not, dog food like Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And you get a margarita there if you're into that.
Margarita?
Yeah, it's a taco margarita. Yeah. It's a great place for a poor man to take a girl out. You get food and drink for a really good price.
Well, I don't plan on taking any females out, so
No, I'm just
maybe I'll
thinking
keep that myself.
I'm just thinking of a place to eat that's got, you know, good portions for a really good price. Houston's got it all there, man. I mean, I used to live down there when I was in dive school, and you got everything from. Oh man, even if you go to a Sam's Club, they used to give out so many samples. Me and some of the boys from school, we'd go to Sam's Club for lunch because they had so many samples of meat and cheese. We'd get full just from the samples because they had like 15 different, you know, samples in the aisles.
That's pretty cool.
It was cool. Free lunch, baby.
Well, tomorrow I'm gonna have to pack stuff in and grab a backpack, do some exploring, see what I can't do.
If you're near Sam Houston Park down there, that could be a place to dodge, you know, people. It's pretty big.
What I was thinking is there's a park called Arkansas Bend, Sandy Creek, and it's like $40 a night. My plan at that point, when I realized that, was basically to like work until I had a little bit saved up and then just rent a monthly lot out there. And then like every weekend, like go out there for the weekend or something. And then come back into Houston for work during the week. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now,
but because the police had to call my prospect employer, because, man, I don't know, dude.
There's magic in the land everywhere. It's in every
don't give up, man. Houston's a huge town. If you're confident, you gotta, you know, if you got any kind of good work record, you know, and it depends where you work at, you might have to piss in a cup or not. But
I don't have a work record, man. That's the problem. I don't have any real work record, and I ain't got no fucking diplomas or nothing.
Damn, everything's on computer nowadays too. What are you looking at? Construction work or something?
It was supposed to be,
yeah.
But you know,
Murphy came in swinging his dick around. It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, don't give up, man. I mean, find the unemployment agency, start there. You never know if somebody's lurking around looking for under-the-table work. But Houston, all I know is that town is always hungry for somebody competent.
Yeah.
When I think I quit. I think I had like over 13 jobs because there were so many jobs there I qualified for. If somebody pissed me off, I give them one little warning, and I just quit on them. And I already had another one lined up anyway, so what do I care? There's just that much work there.
Right.
And you never know where you're going to end up at. So. Oh man, even if you're just a handyman or some shit for, you know, old women or something, you know, just move shit in their backyard.
I did bring some tools with me, but that would be kind of hard getting started on, you know?
I wouldn't worry about dragging tools around with you. Usually if you do any, what I mean is like if you're doing a handyman work for women, you know, usually they got tools and they just need like some bushes cut down, you know, just some rocks moved, you know, shit like that. That's what I mean. Easy $50, man.
Right.
But like I said, there's 13 counties in Houston. That's a mega. Damn, that place is huge, man.
Oh yeah. Yo, Yo, what? How is it charging my card still? I gotta cancel this shit, dude. Yo, there's still shit from Google Play charging my credit card. How the fuck? I'm gonna try to buy something with my credit card tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Damn. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Ready?
Alright, bro.
Oh man.
Let's swap stories again soon. Be on your guard. There's nothing so cunning and cruel as a shade paw knoll.
What troll? There are no trolls here.
Of course, Elder.
I don't know, man. This is crazy. I really did think they were like, I think they were like trying to find a way to just take us both.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
It is. But that one cop, man, she was really fucking nice. That surprised the fuck out of me, dude. I have never seen a cop do anything genuinely kind like that. But anyway. There's freaking police cruising. I heard them do their cherries and berries on somebody.
Oh shit.
Hello, Normal.
Oh man. He's right across the street too. I'm gonna stay low. The good news is all of my gear is green and so are these leaves. Y'all there?
Physically,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, everyone went quiet.
I'm in the middle of I was in the middle of fighting something.
Playing some video games.
Yeah, doing a month of World of Warcraft. And then after this I'm going back to my regularly scheduled stuff, and then the next month I'm gonna start dedicating each other month towards a video game that's on the rotation.
Chrysalkatan said, Chaos smoke a bowl.
There you go.
Smoke, wait. I smoke a bowl when I want. You don't tell me to smoke a bowl. I smoke a bowl whenever I want. You smoke a bowl.
Enjoying the show, make sure to click that like button and
That made my
subscribe to
house
show your
rumble.
support.
Yeah, give me just a sec. I gotta load another one.
Chrysalkatan said, I don't want to smoke alone, lol.
Well, I want world peace. We don't always get what we want. Oh yeah, there's no going up in there. You giggling like a schoolgirl about Outlaw.
I don't know.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Oh man.
He saw a reflection of himself.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Oh, Yidis isn't here, so I have to pick on someone.
Wow.
Usually pick on Phoenix.
Should I know Phoenix well enough? Hey, I hit level 40. Halfway there. God damn.
Oh, living on a prayer.
You know, the good news is that I can just sleep outside and I don't have to have a blanket or nothing.
Yeah, it's pretty warm here.
It's getting cooler here again.
Where are you at, kitten?
Northern Ontario.
Oh, it's
Canada.
getting cooler up. Canada, huh?
You know, we're still going down into the minuses.
Oh, wow. I've always wanted to go to the far north of Canada where it's really cold.
I'm almost there.
Almost there? Oh, that's cool.
I'm, I think, 15 hours away from the North Territories or Nunavut. One of those.
Pretty far up north, huh? I always wanted to go to Alaska, too.
Oh, we get colder than Alaska.
Really? Then Alaska?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This past winter, we were hitting close to minus 50.
Holy shit. That's cold.
Not last winter, but the winter before, we got down to minus 56.
In Canada?
Yep.
God damn. I thought New York was cold.
New York's mild.
You gotta look where the winds are coming off.
See you soon. I got this.
Yeah, with Toronto, they have the winds coming off the lake. Up here, we have a dry cold. Where down south, they have a wet cold because of the lakes.
Oh.
I got you.
I don't know what I'd rather deal with, wet cold or dry cold.
You want the dry cold.
Why do you think that?
You can walk
No,
on the snow.
you want the wet cold, because with the dry cold, it hits you and it even goes through your winter gear. With the wet cold, it's like, yeah, you feel cold, but it's easier for you to warm up.
Yeah, that's true. And the dry cold, my lips are fucking chapped and cracked, man. I'm not used to the heat down here yet. It's killing me.
It definitely takes some getting used to.
Wait till next month comes
does.
in.
Shit.
That heat is the reason I never went back to Texas. I love Texas. I can't take the heat.
It gets hot. We already
I
hit
can take
100. Time is 1:30.
Yeah, Kitten's idea of hot is, 80 degrees for us.
Last summer, we hit 103 degrees.
Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit.
Whoa.
So it's like with my town up here, it's like we have either extreme cold or extreme heat.
Sounds like my house, where I lived.
They don't have an air conditioner.
Whoa.
Chaos is being chased by a Pokemon.
I'm being chased
Chaos
by
is a
all
Pokemon.
kinds of shit. I have a Pikachu and it uses Giga Squirt.
Yo, this dude.
Did you say a Pikachu?
A Pikachu and it uses Giga Squirt.
Pecker flu, okay.
Pikachu that used the Giga Squirt.
What if I want a Squirtle on some Jigglypuffs?
I mean, that's your prerogative, but you'd have a better time with Jinx.
Good lord.
Sorry.
I thought Outlaw would be more for Snorlax.
I'm
That's
sorry.
Saunders. Saunders is a Snorlax type. He likes them
No,
threefold.
Outlaw's more of a Gerdavier kind of guy.
A what?
Oh.
Outlaw's more of a Gerdavier kind of guy.
I know who he's talking about. Everybody keeps freaking out about Lola Bunny. Like, what the fuck is y'all's problem?
They got rid of her curves, man.
Apparently, in Pokemon, Nurse Jenny and Officer Joy. No, Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. Apparently, they're Pokemon.
What?
What?
Because if you think about it, there's a Nurse Jenny and an Officer Jenny and a Nurse Joy in every city.
You saw right through my finger.
Yes, and there's also... yeah, that's actually a good point. That's weird.
I'll make my escape like
And their background is that they're all related. They're all cousins.
for the timely rescue.
I mean,
What?
they could be. Oh.
That's crazy.
Oh, by the way, Phil Robertson on Duck Dynasty died.
Oh,
It was mentioned
wow.
twice already.
Say again?
It was mentioned twice already.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
How'd he die?
He was sick for the longest time. So it's probably his illness that got him.
Ah.
Man, that's sad.
And here everyone's thinking that Psy would be the first one to go, not Phil.
Huh.
Oh, great. Syphilis is mutated again.
Nice.
Yeah. Looks like I'm keeping the dick in the pants for the rest of my life now. Unless I get me and her go get the test done.
Sex ed instructor. This was like the 7th grade. I said this. Sex can wait, masturbate.
He died of Alzheimer's.
Nope.
Really?
That'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah, my grandma died of it.
He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's back in December.
I heard nicotine was a good way to combat that.
That was weed.
So is that weed too?
Outlaw or Chaos.
Yo.
That almost sounds like something you tell young kids as part of a predisposition to culminate to the crisis we have now. I mean, just think about it. You just said it. They spent how long teaching kids to fucking sit around jerking off?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it beats knocking up the wrong chick or getting an STD.
I'm laughing at something on Facebook, guys, not what he said.
I can't get on Facebook anymore. It's not fair.
He's permabanned.
Yeah.
Permabanned on Facebook.
Yep. Some random broad fucking got in touch with my work and reported a post I'd put on Facebook. And yeah, my job was at risk if I did not take the post down.
I just looked up this Lola chick you're talking about in Space Jam. I see what you guys are talking about now. Yeah,
Lola
she looks.
Bunny.
They got rid of her curves, man.
Yeah, she looked like, you know, I'd take her to Pound Town to.
Maybe a semi.
Dude.
I mean,
She's gonna have to slap it around a little bit in order to get it ready.
Yeah.
What's with the trend of sexy rabbits, man?
You mean just sexy
I mean,
animals
it's
in
a
general?
furry.
Like,
It's a
this
fucking-
fan service.
Yeah, it's a furry rabbit. Like, no.
Well, it's so you can determine whether it's a male or female. That was the main reason Lola had curves. So be like, Lola's a female.
Well, how about this? When you anthropomorphize anything other than a human, and you put really cute eyeballs on it and a set of tits, most guys are going to sit there and stare at it for a second and go,
A
lot of shit.
You should hear how often I get asked if there's a porno with Lola Bunny in it.
And I'm sure they can
Oh,
find
really?
it if they try hard enough.
all right, let me look it up.
You're probably right.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they made her some very humanistic.
It's a
looking
fairly-
Do you know Rule 34, kitten?
A what?
Do you know what Rule 34 is?
Oh, God.
No.
It means Rule 34 is if it exists, there's porn for it. I learned that like a year ago. I didn't know that for the longest time, so I'm betting there's probably some dirtiness of Lola Bunny out there.
Yeah, just type in Lola Bunny Hente. Type in Hente.
Oh,
Lola
God.
Bunny Hente on Google. It gives you. I'm looking at it right now.
Hello, Normal.
He's getting taken to Pound Town by everybody.
This dude. Yo.
Everybody but
Yeah,
Bugs Bunny. Let me look up Lola Bunny in Rule 34, see what that brings up. Lola.
Limit.
Lola.
Let's see here.
I mean, Batty, it's a fairly new thing in our culture with the furry stuff. Because you don't see them start really sexualizing a lot of these furry characters to like the 90s.
The furries have actually been going on since the 50s, since Walt Disney came out with Mickey Mouse.
Yep.
Look here, guys.
Oh,
look.
please,
You
God,
got all
no.
these.
Please don't tell me they sexualize them, too.
Oh,
Look,
yeah.
you got all these perverts in Florida. They all meet and they have open air sex. And they wear a mask so they don't have to make eye contact with each other. They just see a body they like. They do what they want, and this way they don't make that connection with each other. That's why the furry thing is so big. So dudes who might be married will go down there just for dudes. You know, but he's got a mask on, so who's going to see him? Oh, he's getting taken to Pound Town.
I know one furry that's over on Anime Nights. That's the only one I've ever come across. And
Oh, you weren't
apparently
here when
it's a
Super
fat
Microwave was here.
furry. Wait, he's a furry too?
Yep.
Ew! I just found a picture of a woman's crotch with her legs open. She's got this big, huge wart on her anal area.
Ooh. That sounds hot.
No. Or wait a minute, let me look closer. She's got like kind of a half a G-string on it. It might be a hemorrhoid hanging out.
Ah, hell yeah!
I mean, here's the thing. Lola Bunny was a character in Space Jam that actually.
We'll escort you to safety.
And Space Jam was WB. Warner Brothers.
Are you browsing hentai?
Batty is.
I got Rule 34 and hentai up. Let me go to Twitter.
This fucking
Usually,
guy.
Twitter's got actual videos of
Oh,
naughtiness
jeez.
of many things. Thank you, Elon Musk.
Huh.
I found movies, found German movies from the 70s that I didn't know existed. I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's when. Oh yeah, this one's got video.
Riggs is gonna be spanking it to sexy rabbits all night now.
Yeah, they got the really good stuff over on Twitter as videos.
Oh,
Oh, that's
okay.
naughty. That's naughty.
Okay.
Oh,
She
this one. Oh
wasn't
my
a
God,
bad-
this one's even worse. It's got
She
sounds in
wasn't
it.
She wasn't a bad-looking character in that movie, but I mean,
It's the eyeballs, man. It's those huge, humongous eyeballs.
I think it's the curves, honestly, and the way her ears make a.
It's the ears, man. It gives you something to pull on while you're hitting it from behind.
I think it's the ears making her look like a blonde.
You got that little bunny tail you can grab onto while you're spanking her ass too.
Oh God.
That's something to wipe your nut on when you put your semen slack to the middle of her back.
Did we just unlock a new fetish for Batty Commander?
Twitter's got it, all the good shit over here, man. Videos,
Okay.
pictures.
And I thought I was weird liking giant women.
No, I like them tall too.
You like those giant women too? Me too.
I like them my height or taller, preferably. I mean, I'm always down to get a step stool.
You know those sounds you make when you're jogging with flip-flops on? That's the sounds we got in this video.
Flop, 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 flop.
Yeah.
I'm heading to bed. You guys have a good night.
Good night, Crystal.
Look at you, you fuck. You're scared away. Hang on, look at that.
Oh shit, it's the police! Ow, I tripped!
You got a picture of Lola Bunny jumping up to shoot a basketball, and you can see right up her shorts.
Ooh la la.
I mean, as a kid, I ain't gonna lie to you, it was.
He fapped to it a lot.
No.
Hey man, don't feel bad. I used to go to the movie theater.
They
just
all
like
definitely did.
Tap to Miss Piggy during her Muppet Great Adventure.
Hey, when she came out in that black dress, she was hot as fuck.
Oh yeah. You know she gets on top and rides. Kermit don't have to do no work. That woman
No.
takes care of all of it.
She takes charge.
Oh,
What
yeah.
would a frog and a pig make though when they had sex? Like, what is that?
I don't think she cared because Kermit was in charge of the theater and he was the power broker back then.
Yep. He was the head dick in charge, and Piggy wanted it.
Yeah, she didn't want kids. She wanted his money and his stuff.
On your left.
She wanted the status that came with being with Kermit.
Or would we call that a
Old digger?
pig? Would we call that a pig baby?
Oh.
Well, let's
All right,
Google
guys, I gotta drop out. My ship's getting low. I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright, Sam, you take it easy, man. Stay safe out there.
I will, man. Take care, brothers.
Yep.
Alright, brother.
See you later, Outlaw. Batty, talk to you later, bro.
All right, man. Take it easy now.
Yep, you too.
All right, I just Googled what if Kermit and Miss Piggy had a baby.
Uh-huh.
And just one of each. So, oh, wait a minute. You got a green pig and a pink frog. The fuck?
I would say a
But,
DEI hire made that.
You should check out some Miss Piggy Rule 34.
On your left.
She's got 6 boobies. Actually, let me look that up. I didn't think about that. No, I do not want Grok, goddammit. This AI shit's getting out of control, man.
Yeah, it is.
You just say something and it just activates.
I mean,
My God
look.
damn it.
I mean, look. Cartoon Crush, Jessica Rabbit all day long. All day, every day.
Got your back.
I don't care what people think. Jessica Rabbit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd take Jessica
oh.
Rabbit to some town if she was real.
Oh, hell no. I type in Miss Piggy, and I get 2 chicks are pegging this one dude, and one's got like this big dong ramming it down his throat. Ramming in his throat, and the other one's behind, just really going to town. I mean, that thing is huge, man. What the hell's wrong with these people?
Did we just unlock a new fetish for him?
Oh my goodness. Miss Piggy? Yeah. No, Miss Piggy, I've always had a thing for her. That's before you were born.
Wow. Wow.
But, no, I'm trying to look up Miss Piggy, and it keeps putting up videos of dudes getting pegged. I'm like, damn it. Oh, wow, she's got some big knuckles. Look at that shit. Hey, ooh, damn. She's got a small ass, too. Damn. Probably in another country.
That's how it is most of the time.
Yeah, them really sweet, innocent-looking women with actual normal bodies and huge titties. Yeah, it's usually Eastern Bloc. Alright, get out of that page. There's too much weird shit. And I can't even look at that. Now I gotta go back to freaking... Oh, man, this other shit I was looking at. Lola! La 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 Lola. She's got a twin.
On your left.
You know, it is really a shame to think about that guys have more sexual desire for a cartoon character than an actual human being.
Say it again.
I said it is kind of a shame and weird that men have more sexual desire for a cartoon instead of actual human. It's well, at least you know a cartoon, you know, it's just fantasy. She can't divorce you yet.
Can't worry about it getting pregnant or an STD.
No, that's why he
cheating on you. Cheating on you.
That's why Hikami likes his waifus.
A loyal one is very hard to find.
You can make her, you can make her poon poon as small as you want. Just drop the way you like it. Or poon. Yeah, so you're not deep in the valley with the canyon clit. And you guys seen that movie with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor when they go to prison?
Maybe.
All right. Well, anyways, they're in a prison cell and they got because Gene Wilder up on a rodeo mechanical bull and the warden's a big fan of the rodeo and so anyways they assemble a motley crew of men for this rodeo crew and there's this great big huge dude in there, you know, mass murderer type. And out of nowhere, he just starts singing a sweet song with a lovely voice. You know, it's just, you know, it's a song from the 50s. Ellie, so far, you know, every time you pull up the canyon clit, I think of this big guy in a jail cell singing about down in the valley. You know, like, oh man, I knew at least one woman. I swear I could probably put a fist in there, and she wouldn't even cringe or nothing. She was just like, what has she been putting in here, man? What the hell's wrong with this?
Thanks for your input. You're just fascinating.
I'm so sorry.
I've seen too many things.
Tuskar have been captured and killed here. If only I'd arrived sooner. Thank you for your
That was really weird. I would have been looking for stuff to put in there, but I didn't.
We all return.
Hey, let's see if this fits in there.
This is a perversion. The souls of my kin
Let me type in something real simple. I got results for Miss Piggy pregnant. Let's just type in Miss Piggy nude on Google, see what we get.
Huh?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Excuse me.
Oh yeah, we got. Yeah. Look at Kermit.
I'm gonna.
He's got all 24-inch of that rod.
I think I'm gonna wrap things up.
Wow.
Look at Miss Piggy with her 6 boobies with her electrical tape on the nips. The shape of an X. It's very industrial goth, isn't it?
Oh, shit. I mean, I got something that's just as scary.
Alright, I got both game. What you got? Oh yeah, Chaos, that new video, that little intro video I made for you.
Saunders eating corn the long way.
I put your pigeon Peggy in that one, and you're screaming, dip, dip, tater chip, and I got that one video, a video where you're dipping that one zombie chick you killed the other night.
Oh hell!
So I combined all that together in the same space, and it's really fast moving, and just got a lot of stuff going on there. So.
Oh yeah, I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I made one for Outlaw where Andrea or the other girl is driving the Band 1.
That was cool.
Yeah, and I was thinking about making you another one, Outlaw, with it's funny you brought up Cannonball tonight, because I was like, you know what, that boy likes cars. I bet Cannonball would probably be more his taste. And it's cool shit, but the sound of that Lotus is hypnotizing.
Oh, that Countach that was in the opening.
Yeah, that motor that's hypnotizing.
Hold on, cat. Damn. Give a shout out to everybody in the chat and everybody in the Discord. We have Meta Outlaw, Batty Commander. We had Sam Fisher. We had Patriot from Warsaw. Christopher Kitten in here. Make sure to check out Outlaw, Batty Commander, Christopher Kitten, and Sam Fisher. Here on YouTube, they put out a lot of great content. That Rigga that stole your bike. It's good seeing you. MGTOW Phoenix. It's always a pleasure seeing you, sir. You had Slimnin. Make sure you go check him out for some great gaming content here on YouTube. California Ford 44. It's good seeing you again. Make sure to check her out as well. Mr. Hemi Full Speed. It's always a pleasure seeing you, sir. At RC Beagle. Make sure to check him out for some great gaming content. Timothy Sokol. It's good seeing you. Wolf Syndicate, you as well. And we had Sir Yeetus. I look forward to tomorrow, sir. It's if you still remember what we talked about. I'll be there regardless. I'm gonna start messaging you around 6, figuring out if you're still going or not. James, it's good seeing you. We're talking about black fatigue, and he asked me if I wanted to partake. For sure. I've been calling this shit out for a while. Why not? So, anyways, I think those that are still subscribed, you continue to support us, be greatly appreciated. Thank you to those that are recently subscribed. Do hope you stick around for the long run. And back tomorrow, support World of Warcraft. Hope to see you there. Until next time, you have a great morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever the hell from. About this bitch. Peace.
Don't touch me there.
My no square.
Don't touch me there. My no square.
touch me there. No, no, my no square. No, no, don't touch me there. This is my no square. No, no, don't touch me there. My no square. Square, 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 square. Don't touch me there. My no square, 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 square. Don't touch me there. My no square. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there. My no square. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there. Don't touch me there.